Prašysim užimti vietas ir jeigu įmanoma, šiek tiek arčiau scenos.
We'd like to ask everyone to take your seats and, if possible, to take the front seats.
Labą dieną ir sveiki gyvi atvykę.
Welcome everyone. It's so good to see you in this nice location of Vilnius. It makes me very happy to see not only journalists, also editors, heads of media outlets, but also those who advocate human rights, those who defend the rights of journalists, and also those who take political decisions. And this is most important. Today we're going to talk about a very symbolic topic, because at least in Lithuania we have a unique opportunity to talk about journalism, about media, because the 3rd of May is the global Press Freedom Day. But the 7th of May is the day when we celebrate the actually the recovery of the free word and free expression when the ban was lifted. Historically, in 1996, all the media that we have today came into being. And I'm talking about public media and independent just media. And in the Ministry of Justice actually put a ban control of just all media. So, and usually the Minister of Justice, yes, it was then that he started talking about the independent media and something that should be done, strategic litigation, etc., how to enforce the independence of media. But I think it's up to the Minister of Justice to talk about that in greater detail. So, once again, welcome everyone, and 2 channels, English and Lithuanian. Welcome everyone. It's good to see you, and I would like to thank you for taking your time. Dear all, today I would like to welcome all the participants and guests of the Assembly dedicated to the World Press Freedom Day, especially the journalists who constantly strengthen the foundations of democracy. Freedom of the press is one of the fundamental values of the EU. A free and independent media is an essential feature of democracy. Restrictions on press freedom jeopardize our right to objective and comprehensive information, deprive society of its freedom of critical thinking, and allow public opinion to be shaped by propaganda and disinformation. I'm particularly happy that the event organized by the Minister of Justice is attended by the Ambassador of Ukraine to Lithuania, Ms. Olga Nikichenko, as well as other ambassadors residing in Lithuania. Also, the Secretary General of the European Federation of Journalists, Ricardo Guterres, one of the most important international organizations fighting for press freedom and journalist rights, Pierre Lagarde, is also here. Now, Lina Kush, Advocacy Director of Reporters Without Borders, First Secretary of the National Union of Journalists of Ukraine, Anna Chernenko, Director of Kharkov Journalist Center. Also representatives of the Lithuanian media, lawyers, and other distinguished guests who care about press freedom. Thank you also thanks go to the event partners, the Lithuanian Journalists Union, and its president, Dainius Radzevičius. Dear ladies and gentlemen, today, as Ukraine enters its 4th year of fighting for its and for our for all of Europe's freedom, Lithuania is taking all possible measures to strengthen Ukraine by participating in national and international justice initiatives and taking the lead in the pursuit of a long-term, sustainable and just peace for Ukraine. In order to hold Russia accountable for the atrocities, Ukrainian and international investigators are continuing to work together to document thousands of international crimes committed during the war. Today, we see that in the brutal war in Ukraine, not only soldiers but also media representatives are fighting on the front lines every day, carrying an unimaginable psychological burden, being brutally tortured and killed. The case of the Ukrainian journalist Victoria Rochina, who was tortured to death while in captivity by the aggressors, once again confirms that Russia continues to cold-bloodedly trample not only on the principles of international law but also on the limits of humanity. According to the Ukraine Ministry of Culture and Strategic Communications, around 100 media representatives have been killed in Ukraine since the start of Russia's large-scale military aggression against Ukraine. The systematic international crimes committed by the aggressor undermine democratic values and human rights. Since February 2022, the Ukrainian Prosecutor General's office has registered and is investigating more than 150,000 war crimes, more than 180,000 crimes of aggression, and 20,000 crimes against the state and state security. More than 14,000 people have been killed. More than 27,000 have been injured. Among those killed are as many as 600 children, and 1,750 children have been injured. During this period, more than 160,000 residential buildings, 4,000 educational institutions, more than 1,000 medical facilities, and more than 600 cultural sites, and over 200 places of worship have been destroyed. And a total of more than 200,000 civilian infrastructure facilities have been damaged. Kiev has investigated more than 140,000 possible war crimes. I have no doubt, and I am convinced that the daily efforts of Lithuania and the entire international community to achieve international security, peace, and a tribunal for Putin will be crowned with a day of triumph for justice in Ukraine. The people of Ukraine have not been and will not be alone in this courageous struggle. From the very first moment of the war, Lithuania has stood with Ukraine and will support and strengthen Ukraine's struggle for freedom for as long as necessary, until a sustainable, just and long-lasting peace is achieved. Therefore, in this context, the role of the media is very important, including the challenges faced by journalists during military conflicts and wars. The implementation of the right to disseminate information, hate speech on the internet, attacks against journalists for their work, and of course, the safety of war journalists themselves. Therefore, this event, organized by the Ministry of Justice, is an important international platform for discussion and decision-making, aiming to ensure media freedom and the safety of journalists in the context of war, democracy, and fundamental rights of the EU. The Ministry of Justice will continue to strive to ensure that Lithuania is better prepared for the challenges of information warfare and that measures to combat hate speech are implemented. We will also take initiatives to better protect journalists and public information disseminators from unjustified legal persecution for their criticism. It is clear that in so-called slap cases, the plaintiffs have a strategic goal of silencing the defendant who speaks publicly, so they are interested in a long litigation process that can psychologically break down and financially exhaust the person who speaks publicly on issues of public concern. We will seek to ensure that effective state-guaranteed legal aid is provided in all SLAP cases. We will make every effort to ensure that the judicial process does not become a tool of intimidation or silencing in a democratic society. On May 3rd, 1993, the United Nations General Assembly declared World Press Freedom Day. It's on this day that initiatives are organized around the world to draw attention to press freedom, persecution of journalists, and other challenges faced by media representatives. Dear all, this International Assembly will raise issues related to ensuring the safety of journalists in armed conflicts and war, legal protection, the right to receive and disseminate information, and the decisions taken during the discussions that will serve as a cornerstone for the preparation of recommendations for international organizations representing journalists. Once again, my congratulations, and I also invite you to engage in meaningful discussions and seek effective solutions. Thank you. Thank you, dear Minister, for this introduction, and I think we have to start with the first plenary session. But first of all, two things. There are two very important discussions in our assembly with one difference. During the first plenary discussion, we're going to talk about press freedom and the challenges, whereas the second discussion is dedicated to war and war journalism. But we will have an opportunity to listen to various opinions. 10 years ago, we were the first, actually, which decided that propaganda of war and hate speech incited by Russia has to be stopped. And it was done in a legal way. And by the way, well, part of this propaganda came from some EU member states. So Lithuania was the first, actually, country to implement both hard and soft measures to ban on this propaganda. And well, Lithuania actually blocked several Russian channels, and of course, it had to negotiate with the European Commission. So we were the first. Once again, a lot has been achieved during this period of 10 years. One more thing, something that is of great concern, meaning the European Act of press freedom or media freedom, and we'll discuss that. And this act, well, it talks, the European Media Freedom Act, it talks about private, about public media, about, but I think Aurimas Perednis, who is moderating the first session, will also talk about that. We have a, live streaming, and we have to keep to the schedule, and Aurimas is very good at that, so you're most welcome, Aurimai.
Thank you, Dainius. The biggest challenge is to finish on time. You know, with people who are here, they can talk for hours. It's easy to start, but it might be difficult to end. My dear fellows, thank you for wonderful presentation. Thank you, Minister, for your excellent speech. I think that things which we will think about and discuss are very important to our society and our country. Good quality media, good quality parliament, good quality court, they are inseparable, integral elements of good quality state. I think it's important to understand it, to ponder on it, to dedicate time to develop such understanding, and to name openly the problems and solve them. I am adherent to decentralized discussion. It means if you will raise your hand, microphone will travel to you. You'll help us to create a content, to supplement the content with your insights, problems, and solutions, with the ability to create a better institution of media and better state. Dear fellows, I recall my child used to attend guides, extracurricular activity here in the Old Town. Once we were driving by this place in the Old Town. I say, Simas, what's most important in guides work? He says, not to lose the audience. So help me to maintain this contact with the audience as a moderator, not to lose you. I have a great pleasure and honor to invite here on stage our honorable guest, Mr. Pierre Dagat, Head of Advocacy of Reporters Without Borders, Pierre Dagat.
Indrė Makaraitytė, Indrė yra LRT tyrimų skyriaus
Also, Indrė Makaraitytė, she's an editor of investigation department in LRT, National Broadcasting Channel.
Vaidotas Beniušis, portalo 15
Mr. Vaidotas Beniušis,
vyriausias redaktorius.
editor-in-chief of 15 Minutes portal, 15 minučių.
Pristatyk mane
As
podcasteriu.
he said, introduced me as a podcaster. Nobody wants to be a journalist. Everyone wants to be a podcaster. Mr. Ruslanas Iržikevičius, he's also a journalist.
Ačiū Jums. Daktaras Algimantas Šindeikis. Algimantas yra advokatas,
PhD,
publicistas.
Mr. Algimantas Šindeikis, he's a solicitor, a publicist. Please
Ernestas
welcome him.
Alesinas,
Mr. Ernestas Alesinas, RA Radio, I think
dažniausiai jūs sieja. Ačiū, kad jūs čia.
you are known by this brand most often.
Leiskit
So, dear
pradėti nuo
fellows,
tokio,
allow me to start,
kaip mano kolega Raigardas Musnickas
as
sako,
my
šiek
colleague
tiek aplamo
Mr. Musnickas is
klausimo,
saying,
bet
from
Reporteriai be sienų
abstract question.
praėjusią savaitę
Reporters
prieš
Without
kelias
Frontiers, last
dienas
week,
realiai
a
paskelbė
few days ago, they
Spaudos laisvės
really
indeksą. Šalių nuo
published the Index of Freedom of Press.
Skandinavijos iki Šiaurės Korėjos
Countries from
180
Scandinavia
šalių
to North Korea.
ir Lietuva,
180
jeigu
countries,
neklystu,
and
ten
Lithuania,
užima,
if I'm not mistaken,
sakykime, labai
is
gražią
occupying
garbingą 13
a very
vietą, nors
honorable
ir tas skaičius
13th
rinka ne
place,
visą laiką.
even though that number 13 is not
14
always
mane
so
taiso,
nice.
13 buvo pernai, labai
I'm being
ačiū.
corrected. Actually, it's
Tikslumas yra
14th
žurnalisto
place.
geras bruožas. Nu, bet,
13th was
sakykime,
last
yra
year.
antram
Precision
dešimtuke.
is a good trait of a
Nu, ir man
journalist. So,
asmeniškai tikrai
Lithuania is in
atrodytų
top 20.
pasididžiavimo
So
vertas-
personally, to me, it's
vertas
really
dalykas, būti
seems to be
14
worth of pride
pasaulyje.
to be 14th in the whole world.
Nu, Estai
Of
labai
course,
aukštai, bet Skandinavijos
Estonians
šalys,
are high-ranking
paskutinė regi
Scandinavian
Šiaurės Korėja.
countries, and the last country is, I
Bičiuliai,
guess,
kaip
is
jums
North
atrodo vis
Korea.
dėlto?
So, dear fellows, how do you think?
Sutinkat, Indrė, vis dėlto, aš gal
Indrė.
problemiškai, ne per aukštai čia mūsų įvertino, kaip jums atrodo?
How do you think? Is this evaluation a bit too high for us?
Labadiena, visiems labai malonu čia dalyvauti.
Good day, everyone. I'm delighted to participate here.
Mes kaip pažiūrėsim?
Well, it depends how you look at it. This year, we dropped by 1 point. It's bad.
Pernai buvom aukščiau.
Last year, we were in a higher position.
Bent jau žurnalistų bendruomenėje,
At
kuri
least in
diskutuoja ir analizuoja
community of
problemas,
journalists,
kurios kyla,
where they
ir
discuss and analyze
keliamos
arising
šiuo metu
problems and problems that are
ir
put on the table, maybe
yra
sometimes
nuogąstavimų, kad
artificially.
kitais metais
There are
įvertinus
some
visą
worries that
kontekstą,
next year,
kurį
upon
atnešė ši
evaluating the
valdančioji
entire
koalicija,
context, which was brought by
santykiuose
this
su
ruling
žiniasklaida,
coalition
gali būti
in
dar
relations
blogiau.
with media,
Tai,
result could be even
Aš
worse.
kalbu ne tik apie LRT klausimą.
I'm talking not about question of LRT, national broadcaster.
Politikų inicijuotas,
Also,
ir ne tik finansinis, bet
this
ir,
issue was initiated by politicians, not only financial aspect, but also activity audit of national broadcaster. Also, this political neutrality audit initiated by politicians. When we talk about the content created by journalists,
šį kartą šiame indekse dar
this
nebuvo
time in this index, it has not been.
įtraukti. Tai,
These aspects were not
labai
included.
sakyčiau, toks,
And
na,
I would say
gali būti kitų metų šaltas dušas iš tikrųjų.
it could be a cold shower looking at next year's results. We'll be very happy that we were at 13th or 14th position. I understand that such assemblies, such discussions are very important, but at the same time, there's some kind of dystopia. Some politicians of the same coalition, they organize discussions about freedom of press, freedom of media. That's great. And the same politicians also initiate audit of journalists' content. I think there is some food for thought, especially this year. There's not much to be excited about, and I think we will talk about it. Thank you, Indre. Pierre, how would you evaluate that Freedom of Press Index and our position number 14 in there?
Is it working? Yes. First of all, I wanted to thank you very much for the invitation on behalf of RSF. It's always a pleasure to come to Vilnius. It's my second time personally that I come to Vilnius. And I always love the interest of the Lithuanian people that I've met for those issues and for press freedom. And I think the situation of Lithuania in the ranking shouldn't worry you too much, because in fact you're down one place compared to last year, but your score, the overall score, has slightly improved. So it's an effect, you know, the ranking is, well, I'm not sure all my RSF colleagues would agree with me, but I think the ranking is, it's from my perspective, secondary compared to the overall score. I mean, we know, so that means 14th in the overall ranking is a good situation. It's in RSF terms, we say it's a satisfactory situation. So that means there is room for improvement, and one of the things that we'll be looking at for next year index is one of the things that my colleague sitting next to me has just said, is also the way that, you know, the political environment in Lithuania is conducting towards media freedom, and the pressure that we see in every parts of the world, and in particular also in Europe. The pressure that we can see on public service media is going to be the subject of a report by RSF. I can announce that. I think it's going to be published in June this year. It should be published in June. So you will see in this report that there are different tactics, different strategies being used to influence sometimes the editorial policy of public service media, which is of course concerned, and I think should be very openly discussed in such a forum. So I'm glad that we can have also this discussion. Perhaps moving away from the situation specifically in Lithuania, I just wanted to share with you just a brief snapshot of this year's index, which of course has some resonance with what's happening in Lithuania, because Lithuania is part of the world. It's not an isolated highland. So the challenges that we see globally are also reflected to some extent in Lithuania. What I can say is that the overall picture globally is, for press freedom, is bad. For the very first time in the history of the index, the overall score of press freedom is below a threshold that makes the overall situation difficult globally. So the first time in the history of the index we have a difficult situation of press freedom globally. And of course the challenges that have emerged again this year are related to the safety of journalists. That's no surprise given the conflicts that are currently happening in the world. But of course you don't need a conflict somewhere to also see issues for the safety of journalists. We see also a trend which also affects certain European countries, that government trying to take control over media, using different strategies and different ways. Usually they're more subtle techniques than the ones that we see in some other parts of the world. But there are nevertheless attempts to violate the editorial independence of media, and as I just mentioned, public service media are particularly in the scope of that. I think one striking element that came out of this year index is the economic indicator, because the economic indicator is the one that has the lowest score globally. When we talk about the economic indicator, we talk about how much journalism is and can be a sustainable business, so how much revenues you can drive from that economic activity. But we also talk about another dimension, which is the concentration of the media market. And this is also an emerging threat because the less economic independence you have, including from your media owners, the higher the risk for your editorial independence. So I'm going to stop here for now for the global index, but happy to further elaborate on those issues. Thanks.
Dėkui, thank you. Mes tikrai galim mąstyti ir matyti daugybę iššūkių.
Indeed, we can see and think about many challenges in the media, starting from economic models up to what Indrė mentioned, pressure from the government. Vaidotai, if I would ask you to tell directly, what is the crucial challenge, in your point of view, facing freedom of press in Lithuania. Thank you for invitation. Thank you for the question. In the media, like everywhere else, people work there. And I think it all depends on the people, on what values they hold, on how do they understand their work, how they perceive it in every work. And main challenge is in our heads. And we can fragmentalize into economic challenges, political intervention, LRT, national broadcaster issues. We can improve in all of those aspects. There are no limits for improvement. When we will discuss it more broadly. But coming back to the first question, I think the indicator is good. And situation, how we evaluate the situation depends on point of departure. If we would choose perfection, we will discuss it today, how to aspire for perfection. There are problems, there are challenges, but should we look at global trends, what Pierre very spot on spoke about, for many years in a row, the situation in the world is moving downwards, position of media in society changes, including in Lithuania. But I think it would be unprofessional to name just one challenge, because I don't think there's one silver bullet by firing of which we could solve all the problems. I don't believe in such revolutions. I believe in evolutions. Step by step, we have to move forward. Mr. Slanas, good day. Thank you very much for invitation to this conference. Speaking about freedom of press matters, I think it wasn't really good that we were number 13. It's not a very good number. But the saddest part that we were outpaced by Estonians quite strongly. But to speak on a serious note, I don't think the situation is really bad, because the first top 20 being there, it's a very strong position still. Of course, there are numerous challenges like everywhere, but as Mr. Pierre has mentioned, one of more important challenges is financial matters of the media. How they manage to sustain themselves, how they manage to survive. As Vaidas mentioned, yes, every journalist, we're all people, and all people need to eat, to take their kids to school, etc., etc. So, since I represent Media Support Fund, I think that this year the fund has did a good job, worked a lot, and so that those financial difficulties would be reduced. I think it contains a very strong element that journalists and editors' offices who can afford themselves to relax financially a bit, they can start thinking about things which encourage their independence, like editorial independence. Media Support Fund is exactly that organization which tries to correct the situation, and I think that we, especially this year, we did a good job so that Lithuanian media could sigh with relief and think a bit less about financial troubles and think more and raise its level in other areas. Thank you, I will also start from saying thanks, because I can represent more than 20 medias in different languages in Lithuania. It's a true justice, and the works which commenced in 2019, when Ruslanas wasn't leading the fund, this fund was not existing. Talk about media in ethnic minority languages would have been difficult, and today when we talk about freedom of press, not to repeat speaking about economic challenges, media in languages of ethnic minorities is mostly restricted or limited because it's different languages, because attitude at their audience is either skeptical or unjust, because major part of those media outlets, they match all the criteria. What is a journalist? What is this media work? What has to be done? Talking about freedom and unity, I will continue this thought. Here I see majority of people with whom in 2022 in February, on the morning of first day of the war in Ukraine, I was sitting at the same table deciding what we will do next. At that day, media or in languages of ethnic minorities, they knew without a doubt why and what for. If we're not talking about challenges of war right now and have special moments regarding freedoms, economic dependency, media in languages of ethnic minorities is vulnerable because they are more limited, restricted, and I'm talking not about sense of freedoms, but about sense of perspective. I really hope that year 2025, 2026 will be like this. It will be years of cooperation with Lithuanian media, because if we can cooperate with media abroad, I think we should collaborate with media in Lithuania. This would be my observation. Just one more example and one specific thing. Recently, there was a training. Fire department was checking sirens. I switched on LRT, National Broadcaster Channel. I have a mobile app, and I thought what my listeners heard on radio are. Did other media outlets learn about it? Are we in that? But we will leave this for other discussions because it doesn't really answer the first question. Thank you very much. Still, where do you see main challenge for the freedom today? Thank you for inviting me and possibility to speak my mind about the situation which we want to discuss. I will start from the war. Honorable Minister mentioned the war, about this bloody aggression of Moscow regime against Ukraine. It has a major aspect related to freedom of journalism. Our question, which at least I myself ask very often, how could it happen that in a country in which there are 145 million people becomes instruments of war propaganda and which legalize the regime, legitimate it, and support occupation of other states, aggression against it, and calling it fascist state, which is unfounded. How could this happen? And the answer to this question is difficult and simple at the same time. It's a systemic work of Kremlin's bloody regime with public media, by hijacking them, by annihilating them, by terminating free journalism, and by creating an opportunity for the regime to indoctrinate the society with such a things which determine that regime can become dangerous to the entire world. Topic of journalism is especially important, pointing your attention to the context, how societies can be hijacked with some things and directed for the benefit of interests of some people or regimes. It means that concern of all of us is not to allow such things to happen or to see them clearly, soberly. It's of daily matter. Regarding Lithuania, I would think that in my personal assessment, in Lithuanian journalism is blooming. It's prosperous. Number of channels available to society, competition, strong public national broadcaster. It allows us to choose from big flow of information, to reflect it, to assess it, because of course we always want to have it better. Are there any dangerous hazards lying from the side of the law? I want to point out two precedents which happened in courts in the course of last 2 years, which in my estimation is a triumph for journalism. Open Klaipėda, a small portal in Klaipėda city, loses a case after they were accused for violating GDPR, meaning they revealed some data. The case is solved in Supreme Administrative Court of Lithuania. Your society properly reacted, expressed appropriate critique, raised important questions, and a miracle happened, exceptionally rare case in courts. The chairman of the court renews examination of the case, forms a college of judges to see whether there are problems. Then they form a college of 5 judges who solve the case in opposite than judges of the same court ruled some months ago. It's an example how your community, in such cases, if it's unified, if it formulates questions very clearly, it can have a tremendous influence when changing attitude of the third constitutional establishment, it's the judicial system. It shows that our journalism is healthy, lively, doesn't conform to things which was an obvious outrage. The direction of judicial practice in defense of freedom of self-expression is very clear. Direction is to the side that journalist freedom is defended almost in every case. Other precedent which determined termination of rulings of Supreme Court of Lithuania, it was a famous case, Adomavičius against Marcinkevičius. We are not journalists, but precedent was created in that case, and it reached the courts of Lithuania, and it showed a clear direction. As with opinions and facts in courts, if discussion is important for the entire society, then it doesn't matter. We just take a look, should it be restricted by democracy or not? And such practice of Supreme Administrative Court, Strasbourg Human Rights Court, ruled that it ruled Convention on Human Rights, and we see that courts in Lithuania for 2 or 3 years, almost in every case, in majority of cases, in my opinion, the courts solve such disputes for the benefit of interest of freedom of expression. If they see that this interest is important and that if such debates have to take place in the society, they shouldn't be silenced. So, in my opinion, these are absolutely positive things which allow to decide that Lithuanian journalism is in a good enough situation. This external situation related to legal questions, legal matters, and competition questions. Also, there are some worrying aspects as to former editor, publisher, a human being, and consumer. Journalism is a special form of communication. This is not public relations. If journalism will not remain independent, and this is the main thing, if it will not remain financially independent, because not all finances that come to the media, I know it from my experience, not all of them is a guarantee of independence, because if other players appear in the society, like communications players, PR, not all of them, but part of them definitely, who, in my opinion, in some cases, they can corrupt the media. If specific budgets are controlled by advertisement givers who have some public and economic interest, and through this, the attempt is made to restrict financial independence by allocating or not allocating funds, it's also a hazard. So my question is related with this. How much of journalism will remain genuinely independent? How many editors' offices will hold real fact-checkers and will be able to act independently in the society? In my understanding, is determined by trust. If there is no trust, then there is no journalism. Therefore, these economic matters, Strasbourg Court of Human Rights often speaks about positive duties of the state. Constitutional Court ruled the same in its ruling regarding public broadcaster. Talking about the public broadcaster and private broadcasters, private channels of information, it was said that in free market there has to be everything. There has to be strong national broadcaster and many competing, seriously working, sustainably acting, economically sustainably acting private information channels, private journalists. This thing will determine whether in our society there will truly be good quality support of public debate, good quality critique against politicians, which in my opinion is degrading slowly. We can see it from the parliament, and also objective critique not related with people. And all these things allow society to develop further, to go in opposite direction than bloody Kremlin regime has gone, creating the state which Russia is today. So all these things are crucially important. One sentence about political neutrality of national broadcaster, which will be inspected by the state control. For the sake of justice, it must be said that political neutrality is established in the law of the national broadcaster. If it is established in there, it means it has to exist. Everything lies in details, where the state control will communicate to society and tell according to which methodology they will inspect those things. How will they assess whether journalists, how they work, or incorporate entire staff of journalists of national broadcaster, are they politically neutral or not? If such methodology will not be published, if this methodology will not be approved by the journalists themselves, then in such a case, we can expect a problem to appear. But I hope that our state control, which has serious specialists, they will adequately understand this challenge, will perceive that it's not just an accounting check. That is far more serious thing, and to assess such thing, it requires to have very serious professional qualifications. Thank you, Algimantas.
Thank you very much. And I just remembered Abraham Lincoln, who said that when you get criticism, probably you can learn a lot, and criticism helps. The essence of criticism is not only to criticize something, no. But if you can accept criticism, you can improve yourself. And if I can see hands raised in among the audience, so I would like to ask you to raise a question or whatever to give the answer within a minute. Now, Algimantas had just said that we are quite a safe establishment or institution because the courts seem to be on our side. But I think we can find different cases as well. Witnessing something else, let's say, the dispute regarding the openness of information, to what extent can journalists, cover certain information. Now, Indre, you tell me, because we can talk about diverse journalism. I work actually with actuality, something topical, so I'm interested in diversity of opinions in different alternatives. But you, Indre, you go deep, you raise issues, very inconvenient, very uncomfortable sometimes. Do you feel safe, Indre, Vaidai? Because you represent investigative journalism. So can you walk along the street with your head up? Or now several examples, if I may. Not to sound too theoretical. We have one colleague, journalist, who actually who was involved in a pre-trial investigation, and actually she pinpointed an evil guy, and there was retaliation against her by that evil guy, I cannot talk now more, but there is some kind of retaliation. Another colleague in Kaunas also located a certain evil guy, and there is no pre-trial investigation started because, they seem that there are no merits of the case actually. So there are cases, there are examples witnessing something else, and there should be some criteria how to. You mentioned police. What do they say? Police say that looking at the case law, meaning if there is some kind of defamation, threatening, or they will really come to the fore. But again, no additional data were presented. But that was a threat or a menace regarding the professional activity. So it was our fault because we didn't lodge an appeal of such a decision because of the deadline of procrastination. But some colleagues think that, let's say, when lawyers are just firms are involved in order to by those so-called evil guys, and yeah, we understand the situation. We just LRT, we have this financial sort of spine, but there are not that strong, let's say, editorial boards who get 6 or 7 just charges are brought against them, and it's difficult for them. And again, information is deleted sometimes. And so what can you talk about independence? We get pressure and also kind of a threat, even not only in the administrative, but also are just punitive sort of threats by the lawyers' firms. So you can understand, if you represent a minor, not a very strong, editorial board, then of course this pressure is quite outrageous. So there are certain situations, but if you ask me if I feel safe, yes, at least on this stage I do. Indre, what's your experience, and what do you think could be improved to, we're talking about SLAPP, okay, all those, it's just suits, to actually to protect journalists more. I think that Lithuania, in the context of the SLAPP suits, is doing quite well. Let's say in comparison to Poland, not only or Hungary. Journalists find it much more difficult to survive in Poland, and if such a charge is brought, again, related to SLAPP, then it's quite dangerous. And in Lithuania, I think it's quite okay. And sometimes no consequences even are felt. Still, yes, you cannot forbid, let's say, the lawyers to write a certain threatening letter, right? But let's say a pre-trial investigation has been started against me, initiated by Dmitris Gloskov, who is one of the guys who is mentioned in the report by our security department. He's included in the list of persons who are regarded as threats. And he's one of the guys who wants to go to Moscow, also to Minsk, and who actually denies the facts of Lithuania's history. So again, we're talking here about propaganda and disinformation, meaning they created this kind of windmill of propaganda and disinformation. And we, representing investigative journalism, LRT, constantly are threatened by such guys. How do you react? Meaning, I'm calm. But actually, state institutions, public institutions, including, police investigators and prosecutor's office, they have to waste their precious, meaning resources, investigating such claims. So this is a shame. And maybe this situation could be changed. Maybe such pre-trial investigations against journalists, or let's say complaints against certain journalists, should be investigated. Sometimes it happens. Let's say police investigator from Vilnius County Police Commissariat are in charge of investigating such complaints, and she doesn't understand anything about it. So I think, therefore, these guys who lodge these kind of complaints, they understand that, and they take pride in it. And I do understand the situation. We have quite a high index of media freedom, but let's look at the trends. We can put on a crown on our heads, or raise a glass of champagne. But I think the trends are a different world side, because they are not good. Why? What signals do we get from our colleagues in Hungary? They have been caught in the horns of dilemma, and they went through hell. In normal democratic society, I think, well, of course, there should be place for the existence both of public national broadcast and private media channels, and when the public broadcast is sort of eaten, then it's the time for private channels, because I think it's very, well, it's easy actually to cope the existence of public translator because of the finances given. But then I think it's a threat to investigative journalism. So in Hungary, it's really the situation very dangerous. So what's your advice? Meaning, what could be done to improve the situation?
I'm hearing the discussions. I thought I'd like to share a little bit some sort of general observations on what RSF sees as the relationship between journalism and states and governments. I think from our perspective, the journalism has a social function in democracy, which is basically to act like a trusted third party between citizens and institutions, etc. So as citizens, we somehow delegate to journalists our ability to inform and to provide us with the facts that we need to make decisions for ourselves, but also for the society. From our perspective, the duty of a government, of a state, is to create an enabling environment for the journalists to be able to perform that social function in society. And for that, I think I'd like to insist on three dimensions of journalism where states have a role to play in creating this enabling environment. Freedom, we have talked about it earlier already. It's important that journalists' rights are respected. They need to be able to investigate whatever they want. They need to be able also to protect the confidentiality of their sources. They need to be doing that without fear for their physical safety, etc., etc. So that's freedom. Second very important dimension is independence, including from the media owner, because press freedom isn't the right for media owners to ask journalists to write what he or she wants. That's not how it works. So independence. And we have rules for that, fortunately, I would say, in Europe, more than in other regions, to protect both the freedom and the independence of journalists. Now, there's the third dimension, which I think is sometimes a little bit overlooked. It was mentioned earlier, but I think is worth reminding here, is the pluralism. We expect journalists to provide us access with a diversity of viewpoints, with diversity of opinions, of ideas, etc., so that we can make a choice for ourselves and we can decide what opinion we are closer to. The rules on pluralism, they exist also for the media, but they don't exist in another very important information environment, which is the digital environment. And I think we here have something to do, and I think particularly in Europe, and this is really a call for action to the EU and to EU member states, to reflect upon how we can ensure that when people are accessing news online primarily today, and not just the young generations, by the way, all generations across, how can we make sure that they have an effective access to a plurality of sources of information, and I would add also a plurality of reliable sources of information, because of course the environment, the digital environment is filled in with lots of disinformation content and propaganda, and this is, I think, a very important democratic question that the EU needs to address. Now, I also wanted to say that we have talked a lot about press freedom, editorial independence, and now media pluralism and the pluralism of ideas and opinions. But I think the issue that we face now on the global scale goes beyond a strictly press freedom, strictly speaking, press freedom issue. What we see from RSF and from where I am in particular in Paris, which is the headquarters of RSF, and I didn't mention it in the introduction, but RSF is a truly international organization because although we're based in Paris, we have regional offices across the world in Washington, in Brussels, in Rio, in Taiwan, in Dakar, in Tunis, etc. So we have this global perspective on all the things that are happening. And I think that not only it is a duty for states, for democratic states and democratic governments across the world to create this enabling environment so that journalists can perform their social function. It is also in the interest of democratic states to create that enabling environment and to support journalism, because what we see today across the world is a global assault on trusted journalism, is a global assault, I would say, I would go even further, on truth, on institutions, social institutions that produce facts and knowledge, not only the media, but also science, researchers, etc. And it's coming from many, many different directions. It's not only coming from Russia, it's not only coming from China, it's also coming from the United States recently. The decision by the Trump administration to dismantle the US Agency for Global Media is a big present made to Russia, to China, to all the other authoritarian regimes across the world, because it means that 1,000 people working for Voice of America, for Radio Free Europe, which you know well here in Vilnius, and for Radio Free Asia, are now very likely losing their job, which is to inform us in Western democracies, but more importantly, to inform the people in countries where there is no single independent media outlet sometimes about the situation in their home country. So this is a big blow to journalism, trusted journalism globally, which affects millions and millions of people across the world. So I think it is time for democracies, in particular in Europe, and for EU member states to realize that and to take decisive actions. And just to finish with one example of actions that is very useful and that member states should use more frequently. I'm gonna specify an example from Lithuania, actually. In January this year, we took the opportunity that the Lithuanian government opened with a referral to the International Criminal Court for the crimes against humanity committed by the Belarusian authorities, including some crimes were committed at least partially in Lithuania and in Poland. And we used this opportunity as RSF to make a communication to the general prosecutor of the ICC to tell him, yes, the Lithuanian government is right, crimes against humanity were committed, including in Lithuania, against, well, in our case, we talked about journalists, but this is an opportunity that democratic governments could use. Of course, the ICC has its own problems, the procedures are very long, the results are, uncertain, but this is the sort of actions that democratic states should take, not only to protect themselves at home, but also to protect other citizens who are desperately looking for reliable sources of information. And this action, they can be further strengthened. We have an upcoming proposal by the European Commission on the European Democracy Shield, which is aimed to fight malicious foreign interference and propaganda. This is another opportunity that member states shouldn't lose sight of. Thank you.
Thank you. Ačiū, Pierre. Indrė norėjo sureaguoti.
Ir labai čia gerai kolega pastebėjo dėl tos propagandos ir
The colleague was right. He was talking about online.
My colleague gave a good remark about disinformation in internet. What Kremlin's propaganda actors do here in Lithuania, they are actually attack not only national broadcaster, they attack entire media and journalists. If we are talking about this demeaning of journalists and media name of genuine journalism, fact-checking, when we see that from those who disseminate disinformation and propaganda, we see those attacks against the media. And what is most frightening to me is that some time ago, In that space, we saw these attacks happening, like Mr. Paleckis coming with a banner, those family march meetings. They say, don't believe systemic media. And now we hear this from tribune in the parliament. It's spoken by members of parliament, and other members of parliament remain silent as if approving. So essentially, in the political elite, there is no more such unity regarding freedom of press, that work of journalism is a value regardless of the work. The work of journalists, not some pretender or imposter. I see the circle of those who want to react is expanding. Mr. Dainis, your short reply. I want to continue my colleague's topic about attacks. I think in democratic countries, the biggest attack, we don't call it attack, usually it's people with power, politicians who ignore the journalists. And I don't know when this happened. We ourselves didn't notice. When dictatorship in authoritarian regimes, where state-controlled media do not admit other opinions, social media was social networks were the salvation. What we see here, journalists from Vilnius, it's easier for them, but not only in Vilnius, also on the level of districts, some mayors understand that it's better for them to ignore journalists, not to go to them, not to present information, not invite them to events. And sometimes their personal Facebook account to use it as main place for communication, discussions, and propaganda. I emphasize propaganda, how great life is in my city. And in democratic states, as my colleagues would comment, the biggest challenge is that also in democratic countries, people with power, instead of quality and inconvenient discussions and critique, they have chosen social media as an alternative. When we discuss problems in there, everyone comes in there, they comment any way they like, most often supporting the clients and stifling the journalists and the media. I think this is a real challenge. What to do when Mr. Musk and others say, yeah, it's great, it's instead of the media. How would you comment this challenge of social media as an alternative to media, first of all, to official entities? When he becomes the media and starts propagating his truth, and what can be counterposition to that? Any ideas? First of all, about the last names named here, Mr. Paleckis and others. It sounds like an expectation that those people don't have all rights in our society, as if they cannot write a statement to the police. Such statement wouldn't be investigated and so on. In my opinion, these are very dangerous thoughts. Why? Please do not interpret. It's not what I said. Let me express my thoughts completely. I want to finish it. If we are a democracy, we are a country which respects the primacy of law. Everyone has to come to terms with that, including journalists, and I had to. That procedures matter. They have to be done. If we, a priori, want to put specific individuals into a specific place where they would not be able to use, I emphasize, sometimes non-democratically, sometimes dishonestly, sometimes maliciously, to use the instruments which are available in a legal state, I think it can create even more dangerous things, because those people will start even more forming into separate groups, create specific movements. They will emphasize that they are behind some lines, they're not acknowledged, their opinion is not voiced, they're not communicated with, that they are condemned a priori. In democracy, these are dangerous things. Pay attention. A very important decision was made by court in France against Marine Le Pen. A fact was established. The first instance court claimed Le Pen formally stole funds from European Parliament. She was sentenced by applying a very strict measure of criminal liability, she cannot run for political office. A major debate is happening. Is it a really good decision? Because it's called Barbara Streisand effect, I think. If some societal groups are automatically stigmatized in the political process, we are all participants of which, such people have bigger chance to rise up, to run for the office. In liberal society, we have to acknowledge that there will always be a number of conflicts. There will always be individuals who don't understand something, who are wrong about something, malicious people, and so on. But ability to deal with them, including traditional media, to notice them, to give professional critique, not to try to stigmatize them. I think this would be the key how to avoid far more dangerous things which could come, which are coming in Europe already. We see these things. So that's why I would not propose to a priori decide regarding some marginal groups of the society by depriving them of some rights and fearing those procedures. Those procedures, they exist. We have police, prosecutor's office, we have to examine, investigate facts. We understand that these people most often are wrong. And these things stop at specific stage. But depriving them of such procedure, in my opinion, gives them additional chances to raise their ideas and put them by directing them against the entire society. I would not recommend doing that. About social media, I will finish. This problem is typical to everyone. If media cannot deal properly with people and politicians, then technologically these groups can move to other places. It's a challenge not only to us individuals, but it's a challenge to traditional media. We don't have this privilege in the world of technology anymore. A humiliation of journalists, deriding them, demeaning them, is a universal phenomenon, which is typical both to dictatorships and democracies. Perfect example, every day, Donald Trump. We cannot imagine that in a country where constitution has freedom of speech concept, a head of a state could be a person who humiliates entire traditional media channels, and it's a fact. It's a universal phenomena which will come to us also. We'll need to learn to live with that and fight it. Let alone he humiliates those media outlets. He called traditional media the enemy of the American people. I will finish. Supreme Court blocked the head of the White House regarding who is allowed to come to press conference and who is not allowed. So as you see, system functions regarding the fact that in Oval Office we have a person who has very weak understanding about the fourth estate and its functions. I agree with Mr. Šindeikis completely that we shouldn't deprive people of rights, but that's not what we are talking about. Everyone has a right to appeal, and journalists also. Against them, pre-trial investigations could be launched. But I'm talking about competence of the officers when analyzing these matters, because from all those cases which we encountered and our colleagues have encountered, I would say that not always police officers, investigators have sufficient competence to understand how media works, how it operates. And we get weird questions from police investigator where we don't have an answer to. We don't know how to answer. To present IP addresses where materials were uploaded to. We don't even understand what we are asked of. It means that police competence is insufficient at the lowest level to start those pre-trial investigations. I have in mind that institutions are burdened with unnecessary work instead of centralizing work in other hands. Regarding social media, Mr. Ernestas, what danger to the media you see coming from them? I will start by supporting colleagues who do investigative journalism and simple journalism. For some reason, they can be persecuted because they get into crosshairs. Sometimes we see complaints regarding regional media, how politicians are manipulating it. I want to support India when talking about the perception. We have all laws, and I refer to supremacy of law, but implementation of the law is a big problem in the eyes of the media, because the colleagues who can take decisions, their qualification is insufficient. What do you have in mind? Hate speech. We will come to Facebook and other places, because hate speech, its level is uncontrollable. I want to give you example from ethnic minorities matters. It's speeches by Mr. Algis Ramanauskas, which was publicly discussed. Story about Klaipėda comedian, thanks to Delfi portal, who made first interview in Lithuanian language about what happened there. Because if media doesn't write about them in Lithuanian, they feel rejected, and they gain momentum to act the way they want. I will not the comments in Telegram channels that we are sellouts to the state. But coming back to the dangers and hatred, it's a lot of hatred. We are stigmatizing one of languages of nations that live in Lithuania. We are stigmatizing it. We reject bilingual concept, and it immediately supposes distrust. The groups of people who are in closed groups of Russian speakers, the percent of their radicalization, we don't know it, but we know there are excellent patriots who pull it into the light of the day. Here we also have this effect of silence. We need it or not, sometimes we just keep it silent and we don't see what is happening around us. Talking about radicalization of people, I would think that economic thing will always be a leverage. Labeling. Also, I support this opinion. When we don't hear them, we don't know how to interact with them. But to allow them to speak anything they want to with impunity would be unjust. Because today, when people are frightened, fear is the biggest problem. When a person is afraid of the war, afraid of the day X that it will happen in my backyard, the person, when he or she hears something they want to hear, they follow it. I am totally for freedom of expression of opinions, but when meeting was called in Vilnius on Sunday, it started with one topic. Politicians' decision changed in that time. We are participating, and this position wasn't updated in the media. So we have a question how to reach those people. Speaking about hate speech, I will continue my thought, and I would want to stress once more, we have instruments at hand, but what, like Indra says, why do we have to go these difficult roads and not to receive help about the work that we do right away? We have to wait for procedures instead, which last for months. The journalists will be dragged along the concrete when some investigation can be launched, and then we can exercise that right. But in most cases, investigations are not started about persecution or hate speech or dissemination of wrong information. It doesn't get to that. And here I see a major challenge which could be improved, worked on. Thank you very much. I will come back to the topic of Danish about social media, why they have become so popular and why politicians ignore the media and they chose social networks instead. There are several reasons for that. One of them is that there's a very fast pace which doesn't allow the journalists to perform their job with good quality. A lot of is demanded from journalists. They're demanded to prepare big material. We understand that time and speed is everything these days in the current times. One of the reasons was that journalists, they started using material from social media. Since there's plenty of that material, a lot of it has to be prepared. So one of the fastest ways is to go to politicians' accounts and write what you think about it. And politicians see that it works. So I think that one of top reasons is when the media has to fight for its financial survival, to intensively follow what is happening, what's going on. And I think that funding from us as a fund, it will aid the journalists and editorial offices will help to start evaluating things in a different way and to get back to that traditional journalism, which I think is highly important. Thank you. Why? Because does that traditional journalism, wouldn't it become like a mummy from Egypt, which will crumble down from touch with oxygen? Like in reality, where we will end up one day. I don't know what future holds, but I think these trends, I don't want to occupy too much time. I think my colleagues named it correctly. They nailed it. I think that the role of traditional media is reduced due to expansion of social networks, social media. It's true. Part of politicians, they don't feel any need to be accountable for the media. It's enough to have circle of fans in social network. This is how algorithms work. It's a fact. The richest and most influential person in the world actually encourages these trends. So fragmentation is growing. I agree that at the beginning, when Twitter has become popular, Twitter helped to organize Arab Spring. It broke through that blockade of dictatorships, but very promptly, the same dictatorships learn to use those tools, and also people in power. How will it be? I don't know. I think right now fragmentation is growing, increasing, and we as journalists need not only to point a finger, but also to look at the mirror, to claim our own responsibility, and try to explain our job more. How do we differ from those others disseminators of information? What are the benefits of editorial, of its chain of command, to explain behind the scenes of our work, to come back to the values of journalism? Because, you know, we can sit here, all like-minded people, cry and complain how bad environment is, but we should look openly. Haven't we followed that trend, working for the short-term gain? And aren't we growing monsters around us? The bigger look into the future would be, we haven't spoken a word about AI, how it will affect the media. We could speak for 3 more hours. Indeed, there are many topics. Once Mark Twain, famous writer, joked that media of his day is like this: if a dog bites a man, no one cares. But if man bites dog, all newspapers would write about it. Sometimes it seems to me that in Lithuania, not only in Lithuania, I think in the whole world, there are things we would chase sensationalism, like Ralph Dobie, Swiss essayist, wrote about, says our current media is for our minds is like sugar for our bodies. It kills us slowly because it's oriented at panic, distrust, paranoization of society. And it's also a trend, which is interesting to think about. Fellows, if you have any questions from what was spoken about freedom, security, about other values of media and challenges, please raise your hand, share your experience and your acute question, because soon we will wrap it up. Please speak into the mic. My name is Romualdas. I'm not a journalist. I want to ask you, as organizers, will some document will be adopted as a result of this forum? A document, a presentation of some proposals or ideas. The second, if it will happen, I want you to discuss a situation like this. If a journalist, your colleague of yours, somewhere discovered something evil, wants to expose it, wants to publicize it, but the media where he or she works has a contract, or rapidly contract was drawn between this media and state institution on a national or regional level, but and the owner of the media outlet or editor-in-chief or the director bans the journalist to expose this topic to society. about some violations or offenses committed by other free states. And the question, so the material remains unexposed, problem not raised, people don't know about it, and the journalist who discovered that problem stops being the fourth estate, stops being that instrument who would write about other free estates until they would make corrections. And in the state, from democratic point of view, we have a break function. And state institutions, they even spend public finance. So if you, by examining this problem, could give some proposal, let's say, by saving money, we can prohibit for holders of public finance to conclude agreements. Thank you for a good question. But briefly, I don't know, Mr. Dainius, will there be some resolution or something?
Tai kolegos, rezoliucijų ir dokumentų dėl žiniasklaidos
Dear
laisvių ir
colleagues,
apsaugos
the
dalykų yra
resolution
Mes
and
tam,
documents, there are
šitoj
plenty of
reikalų
resolutions
pamatėm,
regarding
kiek
this
daug
issue
dokumentų
on the
kuriame yra
eve of
ir
this
rekomendacijų
event.
nuo UNESCO,
We look at
ESBO,
them,
organizacijų.
UNESCO,
Bet šiandieną, kadangi tai yra
us
įrašas eterio,
resolutions,
mes bandome
etc.
išgirsti
Now,
mintis ir pasiūlymus,
today
kaip
we
galima
are mostly
akumuliuoti
concerned
geriausias,
in your ideas,
problematiškiausias, taip sakant,
in your
dalis,
proposals,
kad
how
galima
to
surinkti
accumulate the
pirmiausia
best
atitinkamų
possible
organizacijų,
ideas.
kurios dirba su gyvenimu.
So
Šiuo
we
atveju mes
actually
Lietuvos
sort of
Respublikos
gather them, we
Asamblėjos
listen to them,
aišku, nori sekti nuo
and
kiekvienoje
try to
vietoje, bus tikrai.
implement them. We want them in one place. See what we mean?
Pakomentuot tą dalį,
And
nes, na, kartais
maybe
mes irgi
somebody else
sakom,
wants to
mes
comment
laisvi,
this
mes
part,
ką
because
norim, tą
sometimes,
kritikuojam, bet
we often claim we're
yra tam
free,
tikrų,
we
tam tikras koridorius, matyt,
just
laisvės,
cover everything,
kuriame
comment
visi
everything
tam
we
tikra prasme
want
gyvenam.
to.
Jeigu aš
But there is a
klystu,
corridor of
pataisykit, bet
freedom, I
taip
think,
jau
right?
liaudyje priimta
Along which we
galvot,
walk.
kad žiniasklaida
Because,
nekritikuoja savo
well, people seem to think
akcininkų.
that, journalists cannot criticize shareholders, right? And yeah, the private sector is a bit different. Maybe they have a commercial structure. But do we criticize those who feed us, meaning who allocate the money?
Kadangi buvo paminėtas fondas, tai
Because I started talking about the fund or foundation at the beginning. Just a couple of words. We never support the projects which are related to politicians. Another important factor is that our foundation, it has established in such a way that politicians' influence is actually non-existent. We have a very strong council, a board, which sets the directions of which direction we will be heading. So this is just to say that there are certain financial measures in place, meaning safeguarding that the content is really quality content, complying to the highest journalist standards. Yes, but are there any limits or whatever, something that you are not allowed to criticize? Two examples, if I may. The most recent example, a year ago, our investigative journalists started the investigation about the Bankera. This is a company of financial technologies. In November, this company found out that we're interested in it because we asked questions, and from November to April, they developed a tactic. When they receive a question from us, they they develop a certain just promotional campaign about it, yeah, and they want to show this promotion via our sort of media channel. All right, And then, yes, we went on with our investigation. So, and yeah, I mentioned the lawyers sometimes, so I think not everybody likes this idea, but I remember the complaints from 5 probably lawyers and firms, and we give very long deadlines to answer our questions. And meaning one law company helps with answering one question, then it's another law firm, etc., etc. I do agree with Mr. Šendeikis that procedures are very important, but let's remember that there is abuse of, just those procedures sometimes. We still completed our investigation, this particular case, and we made it public, but how can we possibly prevent this from happening? In our case is simple. Our journalists don't know whose promotion sort of it is, and if a certain ministry pays money to a company, while our journalists do not know these things, meaning, and so that there is no influence exerted. Indre? I would like to make this question still more complicated. Have you ever experienced, maybe not in the case of national broadcaster, but maybe there are cases when a journalist said, no, you shouldn't cover that. Do you think it happens? No. Most often I am asked, you are really gonna cover it? You will not be forbidden to do that? Those who provide information, they do not think that it will be made public. I think we should look at things from a more general perspective. Vaidas talked about that. If we deal with human beings, let's say, or if we talk about journalists, these journalists are also human beings, and there are people and there are people, yes. So it depends upon a particular journalist, whether he will really listen to certain or succumb to somebody's influence, or whether he will stick to his or her standards. Yeah. It's up to a particular and specific journalist. I know Vaidas will never do that. I'm quite sure that my colleagues from 15-minute wall portal will never do that. And I know there are many super journalists in Lithuania who have the only currency they dispose of, their own reputation. The journalist who has no reputation can close this door and stop calling himself or herself a journalist. And if you are told to do something, so have some decency to either close the door, and I think it will be well, you will at least have your honor with you. But otherwise, I'm quite sure that there are some media outlets that things like that are happening. If it were not happening, we wouldn't be talking about that. So, but if we talk about a community of professional journalists, so I have trust in them. Okay, good news is that our foundation supports investigative journalism, and also the grants or the scholarships. And I'm quite sure that many journalists are watching this event, so please apply for the funds. If you're interested in investigative journalism, if you're interested in raising the quality of investigative journalism, or write an application to our foundation, and yeah, we're here to help you. Vytautas Kvietkauskas, a long-term journalist, has a question. I have a question to you as well. As my grandfather said, this person has seen something in this life. That's you. And you are a hero of independent and investigative journalism. your generation
mes buvom
and
ideologinio fronto
my
kariai.
grandfather
tais
said,
sovietiniais
we
laikais,
were
nu,
the
visi ten
soldiers of
cenzūros mechanizmai,
ideological
kiti veikia.
front.
Tačiau šiandien
Some
dalis
other
mūsų
mechanism was in
bendrapiliečių,
place. But
su kuriais
today,
aš susiduriu,
well, our
labai
fellow
panašiai
citizens
mąsto, kad žurnalistika yra
think
tokia
the same,
propagandos
that
rūšis arba
journalism
ideologinio
is
karo rūšis,
a
kuomet tu
kind of
kovoji, kariauji,
propaganda,
statai
war
savo kažkokį
propaganda,
galvojimo būdą, nori
or
visuomeniai
having its own mindset,
įkalti galvą.
wanting
Šitą
to
nuomonę turi
actually
tam tikrą
impose
tiesos
certain
savęs.
ideas upon the society. What do you think of that?
Gal nebūtinai reikėtų vadinti karu arba
No, I wouldn't call it ideology or war, but the fact that journalism has an influence back then and now, yes, that's for sure. You mentioned Russia several times. Algimantas, you mentioned Russia, which has been made the way it exists by journalism, or
Bet daug tos ideologizacijos
Yeah,
šioje
but-
žiniasklaidoje jūsų nuomonė.
well, is there a lot of ideologization in journalism? No, I don't think so. Not in Lithuania, at least. Even though you asked a question about it. Interesting discussion, but
Dėl turinio audito
I want to ask a question related to the content audit of our national broadcaster. In Demokratijos, our colleague, I understand, looks at it as a challenge to press freedom audit, whereas Algimantas Šindeikis was talking about something else. He said that maybe this audit of public broadcaster has a meaning and is not pointless. Well, if there are certain conditions in place, meaning certain rules, procedure, methodology applied, approved by journalists. I, well, respect both of you as professionals, and that's my question. A question to Pierre Lagarde, maybe our guest. What do you think about this audit of the public broadcaster? What's your opinion?
Did you catch a question? It's okay.
Yeah, yeah, it's working. Well, no, I think I can generally speak about that because I'm not I haven't been involved in the discussion here in Lithuania, so I'd like also my colleague to make a comment if she wants, because she's more concerned than me. But I think on the general level, I would say I don't think LRT is afraid of any audit. I think they're happy to provide the information that the Parliament is requesting on its operational functioning. I think the concern, and so as you said, I think you rightly said so, I think the conditions for that audit need to be fair. So it needs to be transparent, it needs to be impartial, etc. Now, I think the concern has to do with more the purpose of this audit. And if there is an attempt to kind of use this as a pretext to actually look at other things than just the way of operations of the national broadcaster, and use it as a way to exert some sort of political influence over the editorial policy of the national broadcaster. And there, I think, is a legitimate source of concern. So I'm not saying this is, I don't think the formal process of the audit has started yet, so it remains to be seen, and will be vigilant at RSF to look at how this is being conducted. But I think there is, yes, as I said in my introductory statement, we see in many, well, in several countries in Europe, those kind of attempts not to directly go after a media outlet and ask publicly to change its editorial policy, but there are more subtle ways that the same purpose is being pursued by governments, and I think this is one legitimate source of concern that we'll be paying a lot of attention to. Now, the National Office for Audit, I think it's what you call it, is, to my understanding, is an independent institution, so they will proceed, hopefully, with independence, impartiality, and transparency, because I think this is also what's very important, is that this audit, if it's really made to inform the general public about how LRT is operating, its finance, its human resources, policy, etc., then the public should know and should be able to know what's the audit is about.
Nu, matot, ačiū. Okay, thank you. Aišku, auditas savaime turbūt galima sakyti.
Yes, thank you.
Blogo, bet kadangi
Audit, well, is not sort of evil in itself, right? But in Lithuania, we have a tradition that if you want to change something, particularly in the political sphere, then start with the audit, and it will be much easier to actually achieve your goal. But that's our mindset. And Mindaugas wants to ask a question. I want to react to Vaidotas statement. We are sort of, our professions are, I would say, kind of relatives. I represent lawyers, so journalists and lawyers, all right? Yeah, because Vaidas bit me in my on my heel, so I want to react. I think in Lithuania, well, lawyers and the legal system we are here to ensure the meaning the democracy. We have to fight for our rights, and the lawyers are on both sides of the stories. Let's say in the history of Buenos Aires, it was there was a case about in manuscripts that we will not allow certain lawyers to enter the city. Why? Because when lawyers come, disputes will start. That was in the old days. But I think we're talking today about the freedom of the word. And well, we simply, you mentioned slap suits, all right, and you said that journalism can, well, defend itself, so same with those claimants who come up with certain claims. So if we have a good shield of democracy, I think we are here to make your life better, meaning so that you really can live in freedom. And in democratic states, there's a principle. If let's say, but very often we don't take don't protect those the powerful parties if they fight against journalism. Hussein also had a lawyer, but again the society said he did not have the right to be defended by any lawyers. And so it depends whether we're talking about civil, so let's say civil law or just punitive law, but I want to say that we grow together, journalists and lawyers, so we are not here to wage wars. One more, Victoras, Vice Minister of Culture, and in terms of propaganda, we mentioned several times, and my question is particularly related to the situation in Russia. And if, let's say, Algimantas was talking about that, but let's talk about something that's more important to us. What does the establishment journalism look like in Lithuania? So that we don't become propaganda ourselves. Meaning, yes, we are here to say what's truth, what's a lie, what's light, what's dark, what's good, what's evil, etc. What do you think about the virus of propaganda? Do you feel it in Lithuanian media? All right, thank you for your question, Aurimai. The question is topical.
bandydamas jį atsakyti, aš pats užduodu klausimą, kaip man atsiribot, ar iš viso reikėtų atsiribot nuo savo skirtingų tapatybių, nes tapatybė aš ilgą laiką dirbau žiniasklaidoje, po to
I kept working in media for a long time. Then academic work before coming vice minister. So should I distance myself from my previous positions? No. Being a vice minister is something new to me, a new identity. So my answer is, we talk about our fears, phobias, related to journalism or media. Some people claim that Žiniasklaida will die out because people seek information in social platforms. Somebody mentioned AI, which, of course, which will change the information space to a great extent. I think we are just witnessing the beginning of this transformation. But looking at all those fears or concerns, I'm still optimistic. Why? I think that the role of a journalist, looking at these troubling times, is becoming more topical. Why? Because we live in the world which abounds in information, streams of information. It's easy to lose yourself. And when we talk about disinformation propaganda, they make use of it because they understand that it's very easy to provide this misguided information. And if we live in this chaos of transformational information, I think we need some guides to lead us through this chaos. And the role of journalists is, I think, is becoming more important and stronger. Let's say, checking the facts or verifying the facts hasn't lost its importance. But of course, I'm talking about quality journalism now, because we shouldn't forget that when we talk about propaganda and disinformation in the same information space, there is a lot of pseudo-journalistic material. Russian media, something that was mentioned by Algimantas. We can hardly talk about journalism and media in Russia. Why? It's just maybe a drop in the ocean about genuine media, because genuine journalists, professional journalists, they cannot survive in Russia. So something that's very important, I think, is quality journalism, quality media. That's very strong, but let's not forget that side by side with our quality media, we have pseudo media. You mean there's something that doesn't kill you, makes you stronger, right? So I think those processes we have been discussing today, well, let's not become crybabies. Let's look at the strong trends, positive, strong trends. Well, it's about time to wrap the discussion up, because a bus is waiting, heading to Kiev. We haven't talked about everything, and we leave the war situation today news to be discussed in the other plenary session. So we survive in X day. Well, with God's blessing, hopefully it will never come, but you never know. But, well, let's talk about the trust. We should work on having a higher trust, let's say, in journalism, in media. So the question is, we have the reality. Vilmore, just polls show that about 30% of our Lithuanians trust media, whereas the other third of our population don't trust Lithuanian media. But the electorate of the only electorate of political party, the only party, which one is it? Which has more people trusting it? What do you think? Which party am I talking about? Conservative Party. Yeah, see? Yeah. And where's meaning in the other political parties do not enjoy that high rate of people trusting it. What can we do that this 30% grows up? Maybe to 40, 50% a year later. What do you think? Or maybe this trend to go downwards will exist. One sentence to answer you. To learn to respect each other and to urge politicians, first of all politicians, to trust the society and the independent journalism, because of the political debates, because of the answers to many questions, verified information, everything never will online space and internet change that. And yes, we see difficult all processes, and journalists, independent professional journalists, they really are hard workers, and and let's trust them, let's support them. I think that we should go back to the fact, what do we mean by another opinion? And because very often we hear that, no, just those who don't trust, let's say, media, they say no, that they have not been given access. Their word or opinion has not been listened to. So I think this is very important. How could we make sure that everyone has a right to voice their opinion, even if it's not the right one? It's up to them. It's their opinion. But it's our duty, I think, to allow them to voice opinion. And I think we made a mistake because, wrong opinions can be voiced somewhere else, but no, not in Lithuania. We cannot let them talk. No, I think let's give them the space to voice their opinion, because right now what we see, hate speech, lack of trust, reaction, and negative reaction, and defamation sometimes, and that's not nice. And those persons who have a different opinion, they don't even want to talk. So I think to increase the trust in media, it's very important, something that Vaida said, to make sure that media starts talking in the open about its problems, because there are problems. Let's not ignore the fact. And seems to me that it's very important, if you want the society to trust you, to respect you, and you should say mea culpa, and voice your mistakes, because yes, the respect among society, well, in media, has really been undermined, so we have to work on that. We have to also educate the society about the role of media, and not every person who covers some news is a real or genuine professional journalist, and not every person who wants to disclose some information really has a credible source of information. Vaida? Are you an optimist or pessimist? Yes, or optimists and pessimists, well, they die, but they lead a different way of life. Yes, I don't want to repeat what has been said. I think my advice is not to write on Facebook and to post that many messages.
You asked about how to establish trust. I think it's time, and it was said by previous speakers, I think it's high time to recognize the added value of independent and professional journalism in our democratic societies, to inform citizens first, but also to fight against propaganda and disinformation. For that, I think we need two things. First is we need to help citizens identify which are the providers of trusted sources of information. And second, they need to be able to effectively access those providers of trusted sources of information. On the first point, as RSF, we have created an ISO-like standard, which is called the Journalism Trust Initiative. And it's like an ISO standard for any other economic sector. It's never about, it's standard that certifies that you work according to the best ethical standards of journalism. And so it's about the process of producing information. It's never about the content itself. And once you get certified, you have the ability to tell your audiences, I am working according to the best professional standards of journalism. So it's one way to identify, it exists other ways, by the way, but it's one way international standard to be identified as a trusted provider of information. And I'm glad that LRT is actually JTI certified in Lithuania, one of the few media that is certified in Lithuania. And on the second point, we don't have time for that now, but I think I wanted to address again the issue of social media because that's, I think, the biggest issue now facing journalism online is the fact that people that are supposed to, that are expected to receive that trusted information don't receive it because of the way the algorithms are being built. So we need to address that issue. I think the EU level is the right level to address that, but we need to make those big platforms understand that for as long as they will favor their economic revenues over the integrity of the information that they made accessible, I think we have a big democratic problem. So this is, I think, one of the things that of all the things that we need to do, and we need to protect journalists' rights, and we need to make sure they're independent, we need to address the visible obstacles to press freedom, but we need also to address the invisible obstacles to press freedom, and that means we need to create citizens' rights to reliable information.
Dėkui. Indrė.
Ir tada taip jau pabaigai neišsiplėtus, aš pasakysiu, kad iš tikrųjų kaip žurnalistė, tai aš manau, kad
as a journalist, I think that
tiesiog nepriekaištingai, kuo labiau nepriekaištingai
journalists
dirbti savo darbą,
should be impeccable in their work, meaning not to give rise to any assumptions that oh yeah, they are, meaning they take somebody's side. Yes, we live in difficult times and we see this radicalism everywhere prevailing. Look at Facebook but we have to be good at what we are doing. And we meet our audiences, different audiences very often. And the more you talk to people, the more you explain the principles underlying our work, the better the outcome. And then I think this the context is much better of journalists and audience. Yes, feedback is very important, and they have be cleaned, yes, to take the rest away. And let's say, I remember somebody calling the radio and he said, oh, dear host, you talk about the same thing all the time. Don't you think that you look like a loser? You're unable to find real good work. Yeah. I was a host of that radio show, meaning, and he said, you talk about the same thing every day. No, that's his opinion. I do respect his opinion. And Max Weber, the father of German sociology, said, the first precondition of and the necessary of solving a certain problem is public actually making this problem public and talking about it. So thank you all for being here, and thank you for talking about yourselves, because it's not an easy task. I think you have one question. any coffee?
Dabar laikas kavai.
No, yes, now it's time for coffee. And I will hand the microphone to Dainius. And thank you for your insights and wishing you the very best. Thanks, Aurimai.
Transliacija tiesioginė bus tęsiama, tai kavą gerkite šiek tiek greičiau.
10 minutes to 1, we'll continue with our broadcast. And yes, so we'll meet 12:50. Okay.
1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 3. Salė vėsoka, sėskite arčiau vienas kito, bus šilčiau.
It's a bit chilly in the hall, so sit close to each other. You'll feel warmer. I see Evelina.
Kolegos, dar transliacija nevyksta tiesioginė, tikiuosi.
Is there a direct broadcasting already?
Pasakykit, kad baigtų visi gert, tegul ateitų pasėdėti.
Tell everyone to finish drinking and come join us in the hall. Take their seats.
Gal kas nors man parodysit ženklą, kada galim pradėti transliaciją? Aš siūlyčiau
Can some of
pradėti,
you
visi
show
kiti
me a
žmonės, kad galim
sign when we can start the streaming?
Viskas, ready. Taip, tai ačiū kolegos, kurie grįžote
Thank you, colleagues, for coming back
asamblėją į renginį.
to our assembly, to our event, and I'd like to remind you that direct streaming was ensured by Delfi news portal in 2 languages, in Lithuanian and in English languages. I heard there are tens of thousands of viewers. I heard there will be hundreds of thousands. The last figure was 35,000. What surprised me in a pleasant way, it's quite fun to listen about freedom of journalists and restrictions of their freedom, what journalists talk about it. The second session was supposed to be the first one, because entire context which we are discussing about today is not related to calm, peaceful life, not with best conditions that we can use, but with a moment when suddenly you realize that democratic instruments are a good thing, and they work when everything is fine. But what to do when international law and national law and constitutional law, which says that in extreme conditions or in case of war, the media and journalist freedom can be restricted, just like freedom of expression. In 20th century, we spoke about it with a high hope that it will never happen again. And those of you who read legislation, it's written therein that it could happen, and perhaps it should be happening like this, but should we look at regulation and detailed practice, unfortunately the only country which is creating standards today or helps us to think about standards are our colleagues from Ukraine. Politicians, warriors, journalists, and ordinary people. People who try themselves to create, and they will share our experience today with us. I want to start this part from the speech, which can be best given by people who have their representative in Lithuania. It's Ukrainian ambassador, Mrs. Olga Nikitchenko. I would like to invite her to the tribune because I know she won't be stay with us all the time. I would like to invite her to give us a greeting speech. But most important is for us to hear what she has to say. Dear Olga, the floor is yours.
Ačiū. Dear guests, colleagues, and dear friends. First of all, let me sincerely thank the Ministry of Justice of Lithuania for organizing such a meaningful event and for bringing this crucial topic to the forefront of our discussion. Today we're fighting not just a conventional war, but it's the first of such a large-scale hybrid war fought in the world and in the modern history. At this war, the information front is vital. Every day, the battlefield of the truth is under attack, and our information space is flooded with enemy lies, propaganda, and manipulation. Every single day, Ukrainian journalists risk their lives to make sure that the world knows what is really happening. They are the eyes of the war. Their weapons are the camera and the microphone. But their most powerful weapon is the truth. And they report, and they investigate, and they tell all of the stories that must be told under fire, under constant threat. And they gather undeniable evidence of the Russia's terrible war crimes. They show strength and the courage and the sacrifice of our defenders. Ukrainian journalists are often the first to come at the scene of a shelling, sometimes even while the attack is still ongoing. They work at the front line knowing that this assignment might anytime be their last one. Because in this war, the word press written on your back does not protect you, but it actually makes you a target. Why? Because Russia fears the freedom of speech. Because Russia fears the freedom of information. It tries to silence the truth with bullets, with bombs, and with terror. In the 3 years since Russia launched its full-scale invasion, it has committed more than 830 crimes against Ukrainian journalists and media workers. Kidnappings, injuries, persecutions, cyber attacks, shelling of the TV towers and the infrastructure. This is all what they do. And Russia's war has taken the life of 103 Ukrainian and foreign media workers. Russia forces are not stopped by the international law, and they are not stopped by any moral principles and values. In this unjust war, even a foreign passport cannot shield a journalist from the Russian captivity or torture. We saw the tragic story of Mantas Kvedrachavičius, a brilliant Lithuanian documentary filmmaker and the author of the film about the hero city of Mariupol. His international status did not save him from the Russians, because Russia never stops. Russia kills anyone who dares to tell the truth. But we will never forget, and we will always keep in our hearts the heroism of Mantas. That's going to be very hard for me to say now. Just recently, we were all shaken by the story, by the devastating story of the Ukrainian journalist Victoria Roshina, who died in Russia's captivity. Victoria went to the illegally occupied territories to uncover the truth about the abduction of Ukrainians, but she became a victim herself. She has been targeted not once, arrested and tortured by the Russian forces. In 2023, she disappeared again during a reporting trip, and for over a year, her family and her colleagues were trying to find her and to rescue her. It was only in 2024 that Russia actually admitted that she is in their captivity, and she was added onto the exchange prisoners list. And we were told that she would be freed soon. But the freedom never came. Instead, her father received a letter from the Russian Ministry of Defense with one line saying that Victoria is dead. And later they actually claimed that she died from a heart failure or something. But when her body was actually brought back and it was recovered and it was back to Ukraine, the truth was written on her skin. Signs of torture, broken bones, burn marks, and missing organs. Excuse me. Victoria was just 27 years old, and she believed in the truth, and she believed that journalism could shine the light upon the darkest places in their darkest places. And she gave her life for that belief. So her story is not only the tragedy of one journalist, of one brave journalist. It is the story of the dozens Ukrainian media workers still trapped by Russia. And that is why it is so important for us, together with the international partners, to keep working and to bring back every abducted Ukrainian journalist and every person held in Russia's captivity for years. We must stand united to bring Russia accountable for all of the terrible war crimes it has committed, and unfortunately also will commit. The protection of the journalists is truly one of the key priorities of the Ukrainian government and also of the Ministry of Culture and Strategic Communications, especially under the conditions of war. So one of the major steps we have taken in this direction is building a system to support and to protect journalists during wartime. From improving legal mechanism, establishing assistance and legal centers, to raising awareness through numerous campaigns, events, and trainings. Also, Ukraine is also deeply committed to aligning Ukrainians' media sector to European acquis communautaire as we progress towards the EU membership. And this is a crucial part of all of our reforms. And we are determined to meet European standards for the press freedom, transparency, and the protection of the journalists. Finally, I just want to emphasize how much Ukraine values all of the partnerships and support we receive from the international community. We want to learn from the other countries' experience, and we are also we are ready to share Ukrainians' lessons learned, very hardly lessons learned. I would specifically like to thank our strategic partner, ally, and friend, Lithuania, and Lithuanian people for the unwavering support we have been getting from them in all of the spheres of our cooperation. So let the truth prevail. Let us all remain strong and united. I wish you all a very insightful and productive discussion today. Thank you very much. Šlovė Lietuvai, slava Ukrainie. Thank you.
Dėkuju. Dėkuju. Dėkuoju ambasadoriai.
I thank the ambassador. This topic indeed has two angles which will be very important. It's the experience of Ukraine and our lessons which we are learning now. And I would like our interlocutors, which are listed here on the slide, Elena, Anna, Augustinas, Vidmantas, Romas, to take their seats and prepare for discussion. And in time of prayer preparation, I would like to ask Ricardo Gutierrez, who is Secretary General of European Journalists Federation, to bring forth his remote speech online.
First of all, I would like to welcome the dialogue between the public authorities in Lithuania and journalist organizations about this very important issue, which is how journalists can cover or should cover conflicts. And I should say that the international law is rather clear about the commitments from states regarding this issue. In any case, governments involved in a conflict should do the utmost to protect journalists, and not only journalists, but media workers as well, covering these conflict. So journalists should never be targets That's really the first rule, and this is an obligation for states related to the UN Security Council resolutions, the OSCE commitments, so international law. Journalists, media professionals, media workers in areas of armed conflicts shall be considered as civilians. They shall be protected as civilians. And this is a global obligation by international humanitarian law, and it's valid for all journalists, so not only accredited war correspondents, what we call war correspondents, but all journalists involved in the coverage of the war, including local journalists. So, and by the law, by international law, intentionally directing attacks against journalists, it's a war crime. It's crystal clear in the international law, and those committing these war crimes should be prosecuted as such. The point in international law, it's interesting to mention this, the point is not only to protect individuals from military attacks, but also media organizations are protected. Media infrastructure, so that means radio, TV stations, newspaper offices, even hotels where journalists are staying, covering the war. These facilities, these media facilities, are also protected by international law, and the protection measures to be taken by states are rather large. You know, they should include the tracing of missing journalists, for example, providing appropriate assistance to journalists, facilitating their return to their families. It's also part of the obligations of states. There is another big challenge during conflicts, and it's the issue of censorship, particularly military censorship. The use of media restrictions, like, for example, the misuse of accreditation procedures, or harassment against journalists, is a way to deprive citizens of their right, their fundamental right to access information. It's a violation, again, of international standards, legal standards. So that's another big challenge, censorship, and how to avoid censorship. The third big challenge is disinformation. Disinformation disseminated by the state, in some cases, via some media. We're talking about the misuse of state capacity to interact with the media, but not anymore in the public interest, but in the interest of the army, of the military. We all know the impact of state propaganda for war, fueling national hatred, including discrimination, hostility, violence, propaganda for war. And propaganda for war, again, is forbidden, clearly forbidden by international law. How do we act as Journalists Federation at European level? How do we act as EFJ? Well, our duty is to fight against these three main challenges by denouncing the unlawful attacks against journalists covering war, by denouncing censorship, of course, and by countering state disinformation. We believe the best antidote to disinformation, the answer to counter disinformation, can never be found in censorship, in a complete shutdown of the internet, or in blocking media outlets. We must also refuse instructions from governments demanding that all journalists use only information from official sources when reporting on military action. Journalists should be free to use any credible source, military source or non-military source. Main point, we believe strongly, as a federation of journalists, that journalists must cover wars because they are often the only witnesses to the war crimes committed. Dozens of journalists today are covering the war in Ukraine. We know, you know, that accreditation procedures are becoming very restrictive, but it's still possible today to cover the war in Ukraine. On the other hand, for the first time in modern history, a deadly war is being waged without any international journalists present. Israel war in Gaza. 10 of thousands of civilians have been killed, including, I should remind it, 176 local journalists in a period of 1 year and a half, which makes it the deadliest period for journalists in modern history. I was at the UN Human Rights Council in October on behalf of the European Federation of Journalists, and I met several UN officials. I denounced the massacre of Palestinian journalists in Gaza. I also denounced the ban on international press access to Gaza, which prevents the ongoing war crimes and crimes against humanity from being documented by international journalists. In Gaza, dozens of targeted killings of journalists, which constitutes a war crime, dozens of cases remain totally unpunished, inciting the Israeli army to multiply its crimes. This is what happens when you impose total censorship on war operations. The right of the world's citizens to be informed is totally compromised. War crimes are ongoing, and I should say the international community is very disappointing because it's totally silent. As a journalist federation acting at European level, we call on again the international community to take action to ensure the safety of journalists and civilians in Gaza, and to hold the Israeli occupation forces accountable for their repeated crimes against journalists. We urge again Israel to give journalists independent access to Gaza. Thank you for your attention.
Ačiū Rikardui. Tema mūsų sunki dėl to, kad mes turime žmonės, kurie visi yra patyrę.
Thank you, Ricardo. It's really a hard topic to talk about because we have at least 3 persons here who have been exposed to these atrocities. And physically, yes, we have the reporters who have been there, the Lithuanians. Our colleagues from Ukraine have specially come from Ukraine, not only as war correspondents. They are meaning they understand what's going on daily, and the only person well, a bit different is that, okay, the United Nations, which back in 1993 have proclaimed the 3rd of May the World Press Freedom Day. How come we're talking about United Nations Security Council here? And what's being done by these resolutions of the Security Council? So we'll be listening to the ideas. And there is a very magnificent exhibition here in Pirklių, the Merchant's House, and thanks to our Ukrainian colleagues for these photos. It's about the war journalism, and one photo was a symbol of 3 things. Just shattered world flags, meaning torn apart Ukrainian flags. That's what the aggressor does. And also a photo with, as I say, the shield, the way we understand the press, okay, international sort of standard. And meaning press meant was more important than bulletproof vest, because press was regarded, journalism was regarded as untouchable, meaning now today I want all of us to discuss about the changes. What happened in the period after 1993? Even those governments which now are waging the war, they also were part of these just negotiations, and it was understood that journalism is sort of sacred. Journalists, they will never be touched. What happened now to make things so different? And one more thing, the question is, don't you think maybe we have forgotten in democratic countries that technologies at times change everything? Well, the war showed that Ukrainian and Lithuanian journalists during the first days of the war sort of united. And we see what happened after Russia occupied several territories. They blocked the media. Media outlets. They blocked they turned down the channels, right? And so, meaning that media has stopped being independent. And the newspaper was published by Lithuanian and Ukrainian journalists together. So, meaning that war does not only change people's lives, but it reminds us of the fact that maybe, yes, we need new technologies, but we shouldn't forget the old technologies as well. And I think it's a very important thing to ponder on. So I would like to ask all the participants to think about the following. When in 2020 the information was called, and meaning the Russians actually, well, they started targeting journalists. So meaning they took away, they tore this badge from their jackets, that they represent press, not to become targets. It was in 2020, and I think it was highlighted. So I would like all of you to comment. And Ricardo Gutierrez has talked about the international law, about international agreements, and, well, are they still valid? Do they have a point? I would like to start with Anna. Why? Because she's head of the Kharkov Journalist Center, and I think it has lots of examples. Maybe Anna can talk about what is needed by journalists. I don't know, shield, the sign, press, what is needed, not to be targeted.
Hello, everyone.
A little loudly, okay?
Okay, yes. My English is not good. Sorry about that. It's hard to be journalist. It's light answer. It's hard. Let me read my text. I talk about the war and Russian shelling on TV online every day. But speaking in another country is a new experience for me. I thank you for invitation and the opportunity to talk about the Ukraine and about the work of the media in Ukraine. My name is Hanna Chernenko. I have been working as a journalist for television, website and radio 15 years in Kharkiv. For almost 2 years now, I have been the coordinator of the Center for Journalistic Solidarity in Kharkiv. This is a network of co-working spaces to support media, which was opened by National Union of Journalists of Ukraine. First of all, I want to talk about my foreign colleagues, about foreign media. I want to thank all my foreign colleagues who come to work in Ukraine. They are brave and do an extremely important job. Each of their trips in Ukraine is a risk, but they take it. I don't know if I could do it like that, working in another country and taking risks. In April, Kharkiv alone was shelled 136 times. These 14 missiles and 123 drones. 230 people were injured. 19 of them were children. 7 people were killed. 1 of them was a child. In this night and early in the morning, Russia shelled Kharkiv again. 20 drones shelled in the city. What the target of Russia is? It is market and restaurant. And in this moment, our colleagues working in this place and filmed Russia shelling for auditorium. In total, the air raids in April lasted 10 days. What are these numbers for? To understand how a city of 1 million people lives for 20 kilometers from the front line. And I want conditions the media work. I want to describe to you my one morning and one evening. When instead of the sunrise, you see flashes of explosions and then 10 missiles fly over my house. It was April 24. And in the night of April 30, 18 drones are flying over my house. The explosions damaged 2 hospitals and several dozen houses. When the attack ends or during the attacks, you pack up and go to work. Is it scary? The first time it's very scary. Now I have no answer to these questions. It's hard answer. The fear of dying fades into the background because there is always someone to be more afraid of, because there are relatives and friends, and they also live in war. This is about personal. If it's about work, I want to tell you about 3 aspects that the media face. There are more, but let's say 3. The first is the mental problems. The media working on the ground become a filter between what they see and their audience. This is ethica, protecting the victim and their family. Imagine, no matter what happens, we think about people. We must think about people. We take pictures, film, write, so that it's clear that it's tragedy happening, but so as not cause harm. But there is not escape from the fact that you yourself saw it. And some story. Hundreds of graves in the forest in the city of Izum. Exhumation of adults and children who were killed by Russian shelling, who were not provided with medical care, who were killed or tortured. A street bombed down after shelling. The burned bodies of a family, mother, father, and 3 children who did not have time to help from fire. Once, a hand was torn off a man. The medic was just driving to work in the morning when a rocket hit his yard. You see this heart in the ground. And at the time, they are trying to save the man in the intensive care unit. And hours of waiting when rescuers unblock the grandfather from under the rubble, and nearby relatives pray that he will save. You see all this. You look for words to tell about it. And at night, you hope that there will be no dreams. The second thing is the unreal things that colleagues do in the fight against Russia propaganda, in the fight for the audience. I'm talking about the audience having access to truth information. Example, the Slobodski Krai newspaper currently looking for funding so that its readers in the frontline territories can receive the newspaper for free. The editor of the newspaper Zarya Vestnik Bogodukhivщины himself bring his newspaper to readers under Russian fire. There may be no electricity, no internet. There should be a newspaper. There are projects that are fighting for audience in the currently occupied territories, old and new. This work is generally important. the limits of the possible, to bring reality to the residents of Kherson region, Lugansk and Donetsk and other regions. If true independent Ukraine media disappear, then Russian ones come. I brought this newspaper from Kazachий Лопань. This is village. This village was occupied. Now it's free, but had broken. I don't want to show first page because they Russia's symbol propaganda. I won't show your last page. In this page, usually show social actions, horoscope about weather, good stories, right? As soon as Russia occupied a village or city, they bring their newspapers, their radio and television there. Russian newspapers follow the Russia tanks. In this newspaper, on the last page, which is usually devoted to social actions and good news, they write about the vacation of children from the Kharkiv region in Russia or occupied Ukrainian territory. But they do not write that these children will not be returned later at home, at Ukraine. They write about school holidays and show how students are given diplomas of education from Russia country. After all, after tanks, after newspapers, their occupiers brought their school textbooks. I would really like the people, the public, to know what media literacy after the collapse of the Soviet Union. They taught media literacy and critical thinking to children and older people. This should be done now, and not only in Ukraine. An educated audience is people who are difficult to deceive with propaganda. It is the security of the country. And third, last things, it's the risk of being killed if you work in press. The press is a target. I won't say some types I've collected over 3 years work in the war. First, you need to learn first aid. This is necessary even if there is no war. My colleague has repeatedly arrived at the location of Schilling as one of the first and provided assistance to the wounded. They helping people after Schilling. Second, you should keep your work archive in a safe place. It is better in several versions. 3. You need to work in a team. That is, your colleague should know where you have been and where you will be. When your last contact is important, people will know where to find you or find your body. 4. If you work alone, someone should still know where you are. There are trackers, smartwatches for this. 5. You need to perform the actions that the military or recruiters tell you. This is a place to work in the shelling zone or works in the front. More than once during the fear of second strike, Russia, I ran to cover and fell to the ground. 6. Working in extreme conditions require good physical shape. Sports will allow you to run in bulletproof vest and improve your mental state. 7. If you do not know how to drive a car, you need to learn. If you know how, take a course in extreme driving. If something happens to the driver, you can replace him. You can quickly get to safety. 8. Protective equipment. You can rent if you work in Ukraine, example, in our Center of Journalistic Solidarity. But if your constantly work is danger, you need your one. 9. You need several first aid kits. You must know what is in them and how to use it. There will be no time to think. A person bleeds out in 3 minutes. When reporting on territory liberty from Russian occupation, you risk stepping on a shell. 10. Many media offices that come to work in Ukraine have their own security rules. These include escorting a security specialist, an armored car, and check-in rules. We can be copied this rule. They are thought out to the smallest detail. For example, at night a person must have a whistle for safety, so that in case of shelling, if they find themselves in the ruins, they can report themselves. 11. You will never prepare for human grief. You simply will know who you start talking and what happened to him. We were filming a broken house and I met a man there. I thought he was a neighbor of the injured people. I turned out that he had lost his mother a few hours ago, and he himself saved by a miracle. He slept on a bed in the next room from his mother. Working with trauma is very difficult. I have prepared a series of materials about broken house in Izum. The Russian bombed the center of the city. I wrote more than 20 memorial cards about the killed residents, talking to their relatives. And last 12, you need to be attentive to your emotional state. If you live in war, you will not protect yourself from depressions and trauma, but you need to do your best to support yourself. And I want again to thank everyone there and thank all my Ukrainian colleagues. They are unreal. Thank you for invitation and the opportunity to say what I think and a few days without air raids. Sorry for English.
Thank you. God bless Ukraine. Gal ir gerai, kad taip trumpai ir tuo pačiu.
Maybe it's a good
Perhaps
thing.
it's good, but it's also in a structured manner. Our colleague gave almost like example from a book. I would like to come back to my colleague Rimantas Balkūnas. I remember you gave weird advice to journalists on Facebook who travel to conflict zones, what they should do. I get an impression that instead of trying to figure out principles of primacy of law, hiring a law, you wrote some kind of nonsense. You wrote do's and don'ts list. It gives me an impression you forgot to use international law. Put press caption on your clothing. Why don't you use this advice from 20th century by giving advice to colleagues how to survive by using the law? Because Geneva Convention book won't protect you from bullets or artillery shelling. So this collision and realization that press caption on your clothing is more like a bullseye on you. It's not a protective caption. And I think it was in 2014 or 15 when we arrived with Ukrainian medics to Donetsk airport, where those major battles were taking place. When I pulled out my vest, it was not the first military conflict. I had big bulletproof vest, according to standards, caption. Press, they said, "Are you an idiot?" They tore off that caption. They said, "You can keep that bulletproof vest. They won't recognize you as a journalist, but because if they will recognize you as such, you will be target number one." So it was my first encounter, and ever since, regardless how we used to do during some drill or training, how we enjoy doing selfies, working with press, TV, caption. Now you try to get lost in the crowd, you will become one of many, and possibly they will not notice you. Have there been any deliberate targeting of journalists with press caption on their clothing? In my environment, I don't have examples about it, but there is another nuance. We are talking about hostile sites shooting, but there is other sides where you are. Let's say I've been detained by Ukrainian SBU because I was photographing refugees at the border. When you travel through block posts, all your microphones, captions, they cause big interest in you. And as a rule, if you will be identified as a journalist, they will start checking you, searching you, and most often you won't be given access. So the better you blend into that crowd, the more chances you have to survive. Not just to survive it. to work without any obstruction. So now is the time for Mr. Mindaugas Kukaitis. Dear Mindaugas, at least briefly, this war changed a lot in our perception about what are agreements. There were many of which I won't mention this OSCE, United Nations. We can take many international organizations which were developing standards how media and journalists should work in zones of war, zones of conflict, in various formats, which were meant for danger to human health and safety. First thing, it was that journalists has a right to receive some information, so there won't be any censorship. And the second more important part is for journalists not to become victims. So I ask you as a lawyer, you really could throw international law into the recycle bin. First of all, congratulations with the Day of a Free Speech, free media, and I thank the Ministry for initiative to be allowed to talk on a relatively difficult topic. By entering the text of this panel into ChatGPT, I received an answer that it's an extremely sensitive and complex issue. My answer to this question, Mr. Dainius, it lies very deep. First of all, international law was most often written not during the war, but after it, in its wake. And other nuance, international law, it's necessary to remind in it all the time, where are the foundations? Where are the foundations for which this sense of justice is being created? When you see that this foundation is shaken, or when we start building a house not from foundation, but from the roof, which is the biggest mistake. International law, it functions, it works, but it works improperly or untimely. In this case, international law doesn't work in a war against Ukraine because international law has lots of ideal grounds for the law. Supposing everyone will obey, also that aggressor has veto right of the attacker, veto right against the victim. And should we talk about Lithuania, because topic is here, topic of this discussion, I would like to pour some salt on it. I think Lithuania is not ready. Not ready for what? To what? For war journalism, for war law. And here are my conclusions that I've drawn. I see a number of casualties among Ukrainian journalists. And by thinking about this conference, I typed into Wikipedia war journalist. No topic was given, no article was given. War correspondence, I received 7 articles. No, you wouldn't guess. If you go check. 5 out of 7 war correspondents are from World War II or even earlier. So we have only 2 left. It's Vidmantas and Artūras Zokas. I thought Mr. Augustinas or Romas. No, unfortunately, no. In Wikipedia, war journalists, there are none. Unless it's a conspiracy. But if we are talking about the ideal law and how would it operate, I can say immediately that I'm convinced that Lithuania is not ready, it's not prepared, not ready because of its fear against journalists. It comes from the lawgivers. I will give critique to them as well, to lawgivers. Should we look at only a few laws, for instance, mobilization law or curfew law, you will not find a single word about a journalist. About the media, it means mobilization would be applied fully, without any exemptions. If we introduce the curfew law, then in that law on curfew, it's clearly stated 6 articles of constitution would be limited. Freedom of movement, sanctity of private property, right to gatherings, and most importantly, to have one's own convictions and to express them and to collect information. What it means? It means that we can even have law as a weapon against an individual or to the detriment of an individual. And in case of war situation, if any media thinks they have a right to collect information and to be objective, then law and informing society can be turned against the media. I couldn't find a single program where at least one journalist in Lithuania is prepared or war correspondent is prepared. I know only 7 individuals in Lithuania free are here. There are 3 more. There is not a single program funded by the state. If we had a discussion in the past about protection of journalists in peace, even here we don't have sufficient protection. The only thing that criminal code says, refusal to submit information to media, but could be fined, but fine starts from 20 euros. It means if first time you don't give information, you can be fined with 10 euros fine. Should we introduce martial law? Any public media, national broadcaster, it all can be used against them. Even writing about the victim party can be considered as instigation, because there is no protection when you talk that the victim party has a right to defend itself, but it also can be perceived as instigation or fomenting. I can responsibly claim that we must start from building the foundation, the basics. It's no coincidence that the main foundation was shaken in the United States of America when there is concentration and disrespect to other states. Lawgiver, law enforcer, since time immemorial, those are the principles which cannot be violated. So, both the right to be defended, protected, and the right to criticize or right to collect information, it must be absolute. So in time of war, everything should be allowed to criticize. I think it's hazardous to talk by saying that we can restrict the right of a journalist to collect information, that we can disrespect his shield behind his back and not to protect him. Yes, international law clearly prescribes the journalist cannot be prisoner of war, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work due to absence of this foundation. I remember my patron saying, when Lithuania just started its period of independence, there was a discussion about minority rights. It was said very clearly from his side as a man of science, as a lawyer, Mr. Rimantas Mockaus. What he said that finally we, a small nation, must say what minority is. We are the minority when we have bigger neighbor around us. So Ukraine is a minority compared to the size of Russia. And therein, to defend the rights should not be allowed by international law. The same is with us. If minority, right now we have no school of war journalists or correspondents, we don't have, if the situation happens, we have no ways to protect them. It means here bigger protection must be introduced. So both law givers, law enforcers, judicial power, media, defend yourselves or use the law. We, as lawyers, can try to help you. It's not written in the law whether the journalist has to promptly evacuate if Lithuania gets attacked by some country and do his work from safe area or take a weapon. I think there will be many dangers. Ukrainian bar said that major threat was to the media, second was to the Barrister Association, because judges were mobilized, prosecutors were mobilized, public servants, but all others, actually they were not mobilized, but any other citizen could have been mobilized at any time. Ukrainian Barrister Association says if you come to the court to defend, possibly a felon, but you have to stand in court and defend so that court could make a sentence. Then for doing such a defense work, you get called into military commissariat. The same applies to the media. If there will be a critique, we don't have any alternative. It's black or white. We don't have critical thinking accumulated that perhaps somewhere at the middle, maybe it's both possible to criticize to some improper defense format so that journalists would be protected, not mobilized. This is my address. Maybe it could be published in the media. For the ruling majority, I will say again, I can brag about it, what Ukrainian Barrister Association have said. You could apply it also. If no information is given to the lawyer, the barrister's offers write the protocol violation of the administrative law and submits it to the court. How come journalist ethics inspector can have such a right if journalist is not allowed to collect information? Ms. Rimanto Mockaus is here, she will be able to comment. Thank you, Mindaugas, for these explanations. What we don't have. The context is really interesting. Lithuania recently confirmed employee in ministry for monitoring of journalist actions, but still in peaceful time. I will ask Lina now to comment, because Sergei and you and other colleagues, actually, you face these challenges not since 2022. I remember our discussions and conversations from earlier on. Should we create blacklists of propagandists, bad journalists who harm Ukrainian country? Since times of Crimea and Donbass, it seemed logical that the ones who support Russian side, but every time when in Ukraine somebody tries to legally restrict Russian propaganda machine and its representatives, I know even international community was condemning and attacking Ukraine, not only state, but also people. Lina, can you, in a few sketches, define what were your main lessons or understanding, what was missing the most, what was missing in Ukraine, and also what media community has prepared and decision makers, what they have done, because journalists, they knew and sensed what the problems were. But I understand many things were not done. Lina, what have you understood and what you think was necessary to do when major war started?
First of all, thank you for inviting me and opportunity to participate at such an important assembly, and thank you for your strong support for Ukrainian journalists and Ukrainians as well. I would like to share our experience, because taking into account the path we take through these years, and I would like to share our experience and maybe some our mistakes to avoid them. Let me moment. Meanwhile, I would like to attract your attention to our brochure in the coffee room with Anna's portrait on the first page. It's about many challenges Ukrainian journalists has faced. As to the main maybe lessons, I like to call you to have a plan and evaluate the situation around you. We developed the first plan maybe a couple of months before the full invasion, and when I asked our regional organization, and we are the largest journalist organization in Ukraine, and we have a regional organization in every of 24 Ukrainian region. When I asked them to develop the plan for just for emergency situation, a part of our colleagues called me and agrees, don't scare us. Don't scare us, we would, and don't share such information, don't think about the bad scenarios. So a lot of people, even a lot of journalists, weren't prepared, maybe psychologically, to the full invasion. I agree that, for example, our union, we developed different cases, different kind of threats, and the probability and the possible impact on our work, but we undervalued the impact or maybe probability of the full-scale invasion. We thought that the main risks for us will be digital security and a lack of communication or lack of electricity in some regions and so on. And we developed scenarios how can we deal with that. But we didn't expect it that maybe all Ukrainian regions became under Russian rockets, and we didn't expect for such severe impact in one moment in a few days. So have a plan and evaluate the situation around you every time. The second point I would like to share with you is don't wait for announcement, for the official announcement or for evacuation. You have to make your own decision earlier than maybe official announcement or official efforts. You have, for example, a couple weeks ago, our organization, regional organization from Sumy region on the north of Ukraine, they asked us about developing scenario of evacuation of journalists from Sumy. And we had a meeting with them. We had a meeting and explained them how it is possible, because after announcing official evacuation, the several categories will be preferred for taking the places in the transport and so on, for example, children, elder people, or so on, but not journalists at the first point. The second point is that the city will be closed to enter for the transport outside, but all transport will be go out. And the third point is that it will be impossible to use transport as a taxi. For example, it was impossible, for example, in Mariupol in 2022, when we tried to help and find our colleagues in Mariupol. We faced the situation when the relatives or colleagues, they ask us to provide transport like a taxi, go to this address and take our relative. It was impossible because the people in Mariupol, they tried to find any place to hide from shelling, and they walked around all districts or all the city, and it was impossible to find people on the certain address. So it's important to develop these plans for evacuation, for personal plans for evacuation before the situation gets worse. Plan about yourself. At first, you have to make decision before the situation gets worse. Are you going to continue your work as a journalist? Or are you going to go to the army? Many Ukrainian media face the situation when they stop action because the editor-in-chief was drafted to the army or came as a volunteer, joined as a volunteer to the army, and it goes to stopping all editorial process. Now, for example, in Ukrainian TV companies, we have the situation when the percentage between women and men is about 70-30, and this percentage of women will increase up to 80% in some companies. Last year we have examples when two groups of female camera women passed this special course for camera women. And there is the course for female sound engineers on the agenda. So don't wait for this emergency situation, but conduct such courses and develop the plans how to rebuild the process inside the newsroom to avoid to avoid any crisis because some people will be drafted to the army. Or the other scenario is maybe some journalists from Ukraine, they changed their job or they left occupation as a journalist and they changed their job. It goes to crisis and in some newsrooms because of lack of people, lack of journalists, and so on. I would like to share our experience about personal preparing for electricity, power, preparing to power outages. It's very important for a newsroom to have fiber optic internet at home or in your office, have a charging station or power bank. Generator is a good solution, but for small newsrooms, maybe power charging station will be a good power source. And a lot of challenges for female journalists during the war, and a lot of challenges for people who are staying on their temporary occupied territories. And as Hanna mentioned, mental health is a very important issue for every newsroom and for every journalist, and I would like to share our own experience when we undervalued this issue from the first month. And for example, our team member who was responsible for evacuation and for finding journalists from Mariupol during the fighting in Mariupol, she was perfect. She worked 24/7, be in contact with a lot of relatives, with colleagues and friends. And she managed to find accommodation, transport, fuel, and so on. And thanks to that, we managed to develop the list of about 80 journalists from Mariupol who escaped from the city. But in 2 months, she refused from the work in one day. And she didn't explain that she refused from the work because she was overloaded and felt burnout. And the second example is it was happened with our member of our communication team. He prepared the story, long read about killed journalists. It was famous journalist killed killed by Russians, and the story was perfect and republished on many sources, but our colleague said that it goes to the psychological problems. He said, I can sleep, I can talk with the family members again, but they called me again and again. I can continue my work because I imagine these pictures every time and so on. So we had to find psychologists for him and provide him the professional help. So please take attention to these issues from the first your steps, please. And I can share more experience because we have a lot of advice, but if you have questions,
we will do it in written form, I'm pretty
Okay.
sure. Thank you very much. Grįžtam prie mūsų tada situacijos. Dabar jau turbūt tikrai išgirdom iš kolegos.
Let's go back to our situation. We have heard many things, but probably that's not all. We could go talking for hours about the situation in Ukraine. I will start with Augustinas. Well, doesn't matter whether you're an electrician or there are certain instructions you must follow. Let's say if you work on a construction site, the war has been waged for 3 years, even more. And talking about those instructions, of course, you know, you must have been following them. And there are, of course, instructions for Lithuanian as well, for Lithuanian journalists. So, in order to ensure that they work safely, or is it your personal experience? Because we're not talking about international law, we're talking about national action plan, recommendations, etc. What does your experience tell you? Maybe you have this kind of plan. No, I want to go back to law. Or international law, because what Mindaugas said, rang a bell in my head about the preparedness. I don't think we need a study program. If you want to learn something about war journalism, go to Kharkov Journalist Center, and you will be given all the information you need. I've been there twice, and they have developed an infrastructure for journalists which is clearly defined, and it's sort of it's functioning within the legal framework. Now, secondly, do we really need programs of war journalism? Because we are not a country having war journalism traditions. Yes, we do work in Ukraine because it's important, and so we go to these conflict areas, but has a single journalist from Lithuania gone to Gaza? No. And if, let's say, well, God forbid, but if a war breaks out between Pakistan and India, are we really interested? No. I'm not sure. So Nagorno-Karabakh, yes, we went there as well, but otherwise, no. But we don't educate our people. That's why we don't have war journalism. Not necessarily war journalism programs or studies, but maybe the editors should be educated. So there is an interest. Maybe that's a possibility, an open question. Yeah. So I'm kind of brainstorming. But what has to be done is, I think we have to talk about legal things. Journalists have to, meaning about our rights. And, well, if I go to my students, I would be interested in asking them, do you know that you cannot work on the borderline of Lithuania? Now, something that we see in Ukraine, in February, we went to Rycheva, near the front line city, and we went with local firefighters, and they agreed to take us there. So what happened? They took away our captions of press. They tore them away. One of the examples we talked about at the beginning of the discussion. But let me continue. I don't think we should sort of refuse wearing these captions of press. We have to declare that, yes, it's related to danger, but we don't have to put those captions on all our car. But look at Russian media. Soldiers film, meaning war bloggers, they are called. They sort of try to record everything. No, I don't want to become like that. No, I would better declare myself in the open with a press caption on my clothing, declaring my rights, something I have to comply with. Yes, Vidmant is right. That makes it more difficult to gather information. You find closed doors in front of you, but the line here is so thin, it's blurred, and if we happen to sort of be in the situation of martial law or whatever, yes, if you go abroad now, so it's your job to go through all the obstacles, right? But you will accomplish your task one way or another. But let's think about the situation in Lithuania, in case of martial law, whatever. So how should journalists behave? We know the partisan tradition practice. Maybe we should act on the sort of verge of certain law or legal duties. Romas wants to say a word. He was related to German, I think, media for many years, and Germany has only recently understood that Russia is a real threat. So what do you think? Action plan. Now, who should be responsible for that? And what should be done? The state, the government, or whatever? The recommendations from the 20th century are not sufficient. We understand that. First of all, I would like to thank the Minister of Justice, the Journalists Union, for this invitation for this event. Now, why does Lithuania need war journalism? First of all, do we have a program for that? War journalists are needed to show during the first hours or days of the occupation that Lithuania is resisting the occupation, that we have, the journalist needs to have a laptop, whatever, a compass, because there will be no electricity probably, no transportation. The journalist should have the ability to sleep in a forest for several years, to walk long distances. Lithuania is not Ukraine. We don't have this operational death like you have in Kharkov. Well, in 20 minutes, you can sort of some bombing could be started. So I think several journalists should be selected and sent to some center where war journalists are being trained, and also including the people from health ministry, from other ministries, meaning we have to show NATO member states that Lithuania is able to resist the occupation. What might we see during evacuation? Lots of accidents, right? Lots of traffic jams, etc. So, and what? The coverage will be on all the news. Oh, look at the panic in Lithuania. So we have to avoid that. Yes, but NATO, the Article number 5. So what? All right. No, you can. All right. Really? Will they come? Yeah. No. We're not talking about that. Yeah. Will it really help that you know what's written in that article? But what we haven't learned, I think, is Well, we keep talking about day X. I'm not sure. We never use the kind of the concept potential or possible war. No, we're talking about day X. And I remember when I used to work in various cities abroad, well, I remember there were two Ukraines at that time. The one waging the war and the other not waging the war. But we're talking about something else here, the possibility to disseminate information. No, technologies, for example, and access to other technologies. Yes, we are good at handling digital equipment. Yeah, how about analogous? Well, just camera. I'm being sarcastic, but something maybe we should think about the old technologies. I remember this newspaper, something that we talked about. I think when we had in 21 the newspaper Free Lithuania, that the Lithuanians were sort of told to leave the facilities, but no major changes right now. Somebody said it's what? It's the obligation of editorial boards or news rooms or what? Or maybe media support foundation should support something, I'm not sure. Do you have algorithms? Yeah, sure. We have a pot of money and decentralized Starlinks. But I can tell you that LRT, yes, the public broadcaster really well takes this issue as a priority. Don't make it public, then it says, because we have this broadcasting. But no time to publish newspapers. Believe me, if that day X comes, we are a small country. We have to react. Well, just spontaneously even. We can't wait. And our correspondence, Ukrainian example shows what? That many journalists who were killed, they were killed at the front. They were those who went to the front line on their own, and they were the first. So that's, on the other hand, we do talk with our colleagues. What would you do given such a scenario? Because there are some algorithms, but as our colleague said, the decision can only be made when or if a war breaks out. Because if you even think of some algorithm before that, it's probably based emotionally. And a lot depends on how our public institutions will react. Let's say President Zelensky, he made a speech in the first days of aggression, and he said, yes, we are here. And many people supported him and stayed in their workplace. I hope. No, Vidmantai, the question to you. We had a hybrid attack from Belarus, refugees, whatever you call them. But to what extent are other institutions ready to just take action based on some algorithm? Because we have theory and we have practice, and I think we have lessons. We cooperate. So judging by your experience, could you tell us what would happen if this day X, much as I hate it, comes? Now, Defense Ministry, well, I'm not sure if there were some initiatives about war journalism, because it's important whether accreditation procedure? Will it, the working defense ministry might, in such a case, at least I haven't heard about any initiatives, any actions. It could really give advice on how to act. So I'm not sure what's being done by this ministry. And I think you can have different, or think about different scenarios emotionally, but only after you hear the first, let's say, explosion, then the decision will be made whether you will evacuate or you will stay, because if you haven't heard these explosions, you don't know. Meaning, yes, a 17-year-old Ukrainian girl took a camera and said, I am going to the front line and work. I taught my taxi driver to film and to cover the news in Ukraine. And he became a cameraman. And he actually, he filmed all the, crash of one plane. No. And the discussion, I think, should be, what? Do you think press caption is needed or not? Do we have to comply with the standards? But at the same time, when we work with this press caption, we lose or don't have access to a lot of information. Or maybe we should have two captions, let's say on the front press, on the back taxi. And yes, but that's what's happening. See, the factor, yeah, this is reality. You come to the front line, you remove this caption. If you go back, you put it on again. But we can, meaning it's a tricky question. Okay, now, if a journalist works as ball driver, and if he was also a member of the shooters rifleman union, what would happen to him? Would a humanitarian law protect him as ball driver or as journalist or as a rifleman and taken to, well, summoned to go to the front? Well, just hypothetical question. Shall we remain journalists, or you are asking whether journalists can become riflemen unions, just volunteers? And because then he is a combatant and a journalist at the same time. So, yeah.
From legal side, it all depends on principle of independence. Can you elaborate? Should we look from ethics side and side of the law? If remuneration is paid by Ministry of Foreign Affairs, then degree of critique will be different. He will not be, he will be like a loudspeaker of that institution which he works for. But we are talking about the day X. Because we are a very small country, we should know the level of our professionalism. If we will know precisely where exactly we have to stand, then it would be great that the lawyer wouldn't go to the front line and wouldn't close the law, so that the judge also wouldn't go to fight, so that law would continue to function. The same goes about the journalist, so that he would say, today I'm a taxi driver, and after lunch I'm a journalist. We don't have two lives. We don't have a choice. I think that today we, by naming that we are in some trouble or in some pit, we have to give a very clear message. Government, Minister of Justice, take on initiative, like we're training about SLAPP lawsuits. So we will have not 7, but maybe 70 ready, prepared journalists who could be able to precisely inform the entire world how the source of our independence worked. We went into international waters and started saying loudly, freedom, independence is the priority. The same way, if there will be just 7, and in Ukraine 100 journalists got killed. Colleagues in the hall, I see if any of you have questions, you may react. You can give me some signal. Mr. Žygiavičius, media funding, media support fund. Probably he wants to say if should there come day X, they would hand out cash to editor's office. Yes or no? Yes. But speaking seriously, to answer the question about Riflemen's Union, yes, there are journalists. In previous panels, journalists, there were 3 riflemen sitting among those guests. And in Riflemen's Union, there is a possibility to do many things, also to do information-related things. And we are working on this, that journalists would be organized and they will be able to do their duty should the day X come. And also, talking about media support fund, I think that in one or other moment, we will also have to start moving we have to move towards becoming a center in which not only bigger media portals or LRT or 15 Minutes or Delfi, but also smaller media outlets, small editorial offices would be able to understand how to behave during the day X, should it come. I think more or less we will start our work not right away, but gradually, step by step, we will start going that way. It's also our duty. Do you understand correctly? Do you have an algorithm that in case of day X, you will use your funds so that people will be able to do their work not according to projects in peaceful time, but under work conditions? We have this mission already attributed to us, not directly, but through projects. There was a mission appointed to us that in case of an emergency situation, the Council of the Fund establishes the priorities, how their money should be spent. We are working on it currently. It's a process in the making. Should we turn to the fund now, asking support for courses about working in extreme conditions for purchasing bulletproof vests? Would that be possible? Well, since major part of the money is allocated for projects connected to the content, right now we wouldn't be able to do that because the money is allocated to the content. But we also have possibility to seek funds not just for content projects, but also for more important matters. For example, we were sitting here during the first discussion. It was a question I asked myself too, why couldn't we also support a journalist or journalists who have legal problems and to try to support them financially if that's possible? But we need, yes, we need additional funds for such works. But no one thought perhaps that there can be such problems now. I think our Ukrainian colleagues could witness. And there's the last aspect I want us to examine today. During the war, many structures crumble or cannot operate in normal conditions. With public broadcaster, the state has bigger obligation to work even at such a time. But all private media, individual journalists, they very often never had a genuine obligation from the side of government to support them because advertisement markets would collapse. Can you comment? How about the journalists who are independent in a sense that they are not public servants? National broadcaster performs specific mission, and what then? Should international organizations help? Should they think for themselves? Because when a structure collapses, like colleagues said, the comes you don't have any survival courses, maybe your bank card had only €10 balance and the editor's office cannot pay you a salary and your editor-in-chief is drafted and goes to the front line. Have there been such experiences?
Thank you for this question. Yeah, really, Russia's military aggression has a severe impact on all sphere of our life, and especially on media, especially on regional media, because they have a very small safety pillow, and according to our survey we conducted in March, about 26 of Ukrainian journalists in regional media, they are working without salary now. And they expect they have sources for working from 3 up to 6 months. In many cases, it's connected with their obligation to the subscribers. But we have the situation where the request from society or demand from society on verified information is high, but the sources for provide such information from professional journalists, sources are shrinking during the war. Yeah, really. Following up the previously discussion, I would like to call you, I would like to share the examples of local media that our union supported during, we helped them to resume their work, and we supported 32 frontline local media newspapers. For example, this is a unique newspaper because it's a newspaper from Bakhmut. When we started to resume this newspaper, it was autumn 2022. The city was under severe shellings, but several thousand of people, several thousands of citizens stayed in the city and refused to evacuate. They lived in different shelters. Every shelter was a small, closed community without any information from outside, and they discussed only rumors and different Russian fakes. Like, for example, all people who were evacuated from Bakhmut, they have no opportunity for accommodation, and they have to sleep on the floor in big sport halls, and the children will be sold for organs, and so on. And the people believed such fakes and refused to evacuate despite the effort from police and from local government, so on. And the first issue of this newspaper from Bakhmut, and they stopped their activities for 9 months, and we support to resuming their work. And the first issue was contained these stories from local citizens from Bakhmut who moved to the other regions and find new job, accommodation. They children went to the schools and so on, and it was unbelievable effect on the situation inside society, inside these people who staying in the city, and they could see the well-known newspaper and trusted newspaper, and they could read the stories from their neighbors, from their friends, from their colleagues, co-workers, and so on. And it was maybe turned out point when the people started to evacuate from the city. So it's, I would like to share the other, for example, the other newspapers, local, maybe Hanna will show you, from small districts and cities, sometimes close to Russian border, close to front line. And because of a lack of electricity, lack of communication on those territories, we focused on the printed newspapers because they became the only source for verified local information for those communities. So I call you not to refuse from a different format and from different places, even if it's strange, sounds strange in 21st century to revive print media, because every free space will be filled in Russia propaganda immediately. So don't have chance for Russia propaganda. Use all sources. For example, as to communicating with people on the occupied territories, on the temporary occupied territories. Some Ukrainian relocated media from those territories, they use Telegram channels because the other sources like websites, like Facebook, like Instagram, or even YouTube are banned in Russia. So they have to find channel for verified information for their audience. So don't refuse from any channels. And as one small remark about the inscription press on the bulletproof vest or on the helmets, yes, our journalist solidarity centers, we have a network of 6 such centers, like in Kharkiv. We see the request from journalists who rent equipment from us, because we have 2 kinds of vests. One with inscription, it's a good bulletproof vest, 6 kilo only, and the other one is a black one without any inscription. And last time we see the request for this bulletproof vest without any inscription. And from the start of invasion, we adopted the recommendation of safety of journalists, and we changed the recommendation from international experts. They said that you can have a helmet or bulletproof vest with inscription press or TV, but the letter V in Russian-Ukrainian war is connected with vehicles, with Russia vehicles. So we don't advise the inscription TV on for the press. Yeah, only press.
Good to know. It's something new. TV was like very normal, shield many years ago, but Z and V.
My shoes is V, and I went to Ukraine and I got remark also very quickly to maybe you should change your shoes. So yeah.
Kolegos, mūsų sesija po truputėlį baigėsi ir aš iš to, ką girdėjau, tiesiog turiu labai
Our dear colleagues, this session is coming to an end. I have a simple question to all. Before this event, we attempted with Minister of Justice and the Ministry of Justice to discuss out of those formats which were created for the journalists. There are many of them. There are documents from the European Commission up to national legislation. There is a friend of journalist groups established by OSCE. There is European Journalist Federation. There are numerous organizations who have advice, regulations, or something else. But today, our goal is to figure out from multitude of these good things what could be functional and what to do to make it function. First of all, possibility for journalists to be journalists during the war. It's very important, as Mr. Kukaitis said, that most likely journalists will be mobilized. So should we think about developing new standards? Second part, if you work as a journalist, for who to work? How editorial offices could work, from which resources, what would be technologies, who would fund it? And the third most important thing is journalists' relation with non-journalism. It's to be a warrior or not to be a warrior. These things raise additional nuances related to threats, to opportunities. I would like us to start in turn. Let's start from colleague Hannah, because I think that in real life, too much troubles come from the mind. I think that law on informing Lithuanian society about war journalism doesn't have much articles written in it. What would function how? So Dear Anna, please comment briefly what should happen. Do we need laws or we don't need special laws? Do we need preparation training to accumulate the best and worst experience? Should we start writing action plan, buy bulletproof vests? Should Ruslan send a new program?
Like top 5 best solutions to be acting journalist. Not that journalist, acting journalist. From your perspective, from your experience.
Я можу українською, попрошу допомоги.
I help you translation. Yeah.
Це, як на мене,
це
дуже відповідально, от саме й давати якісь поради колегам, але от той досвід, який є, перше, що я хочу сказати, і раптом ви вирішуєте їхати працювати в країну, де війна, або, не дай Боже, вона торкається вас, ви маєте право на страх.
My first advice, if you are going to go to the country, war-affected country, or your country is war-affected, you have a right to be scared, the right to fear.
Ваша робота завжди важлива, щоб ви не почули, щоб ви не відчули, як би вам не погрожували, що б дійсно вам не казали, ваша робота дуже-дуже важлива. Навіть якщо здається, що видається всього 100 примірників газети, але якщо немає телеграму, то ці 100 примірників, вони на вагу великого каналу-мільйонника.
Your work is highly important always. Even if you are treated or something or listen something, even if you print 100 issues of newspaper, but if there are no other sources on those territories, your work is like a work of big TV channel.
Іноді буде здаватися, що гірше не буває, але буває. І до цього треба бути готовим.
Sometimes it will seem that it couldn't get worse, but it could. Yeah. So you have to be prepared for that.
І останнє, вчіться, тому що ви можете бути корисним, навіть якщо ви вирішите виїхати зі своєї країни, але ви можете продовжити працювати навіть на відстані. І це теж ваше рішення, і це теж те, що гідно поваги.
And the last one, learn something new, even if you learn something new to help to your country, even if you leave your country and decide to work by distance, it can be honored as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lina, for translation. Do you have some your advices extra?
My extra advices. Be prepared in personal, because your personal safety is the main goal. Yeah, your personal safety means that you have to understand and you can have to understand who belong from you, and if you can take care of you. For example, in my personal experience, I appreciate my parents when they listen to me and leave Donetsk in 2014. Before 3 days of fighting around Donetsk airport. However, it seemed a peaceful city. It seemed for ordinary people. But when my parents left the city, I understood that I am responsible for myself only. but not for my relatives. These maybe the other advice is foreign journalists who arrived to cover Russian-Ukrainian war in 2022, some of them, they had a lot of wide experience, 15 or 20 years. But the cases of killed foreign journalists in 2022, some of them were connected that our colleagues tried to work in Ukraine like in the other war-affected countries or war conflicts. What I mean, to cover this situation from the both side or front line. And they believe that this inscription press and their status of journalists or foreign journalists, it's quite safety treatment, and it defends them in any case. But it was their mistakes, unfortunately. So don't undervaluate these issues, and remember about the story of Victoria Roshina. Yeah, it proves us that when Russia takes the territory, when on every territory when Russia go, it's connected with highly risk for journalists, and it connected with threats, with tortures, with detention, illegal detentions, and human rights violations. So remember about that, please.
Thank you, dėkui. Mindaugai, jūs palaukite, jūs turėsit pabaigoje ir pasiruoškite pažadėti, ką advokatūra galėtų dėti indėlį į
Mindaugai, I'll ask you at the very end what your conclusions could be in working with partnership with Ministry of Justice, etc., and think pro bono of your work. Now, Vidmantai, I want to ask you, what do you think? To make sure that the journalists have a right to disseminate information, what is needed for that? I will risk not being popular, but I don't believe in any law during the war. See, we can talk about conventions, etc. Yes, maybe after the war sort of has been stopped, maybe then we'll resume law. But during the war, preparedness, skills of how to use a rifle or any gun, how to provide first aid, let's say, and well, the skills of survival, that's important. The question, raise your hands. Who can put on a tourniquet in 30 minutes? Is it seconds? 30 seconds. In 30 seconds. Now you're the ones with whom I would go to the front or whatever. And if, let's say, you cannot do that, and if my arm is torn off and you cannot do that, then no. So just what I want to say is that it's not a convention, it's not there's some resolutions which really will make sort of will matter. No. Not that. Yes, but you think that international, yes, law, etc. You don't believe that. But then, how about defense ministry? Now, meaning if the state wants to help journalists to be prepared, because otherwise, yes, we talk about the floods, about power outages, everything. Yeah, extreme situation. So then there should be investment into training journalists so they have some experience. And, well, God forbid that in case of some force majeure or just war, etc., then we'll have the skills Now we don't have any. Sorry about that. Romai, you as an experienced journalist, in a nutshell, I do agree what Rimanto said, but let's not undervalue that Lithuania now has to actually develop war journalists. No, as Rimanto said, if our X comes, then we all should know where to go, which sort of station, so that there should be centralized dissemination of information in Lithuania to show everyone around the world that we are a country capable of resisting. Yeah, I worked with German media, so also talked about that. Can you add something extra? Yes, I think the same. Not only journalists have to get prepared, but institutions have to get ready. The institutions will have to work, because there will be, I don't know, many foreign journalists coming. Will they have time to come? Not sure. I don't know. There can be different scenarios. It's hard to tell, but I think, yes, the bottom line is that institutions have to think of their possible scenarios, how to work with journalists. And something else, something Ukrainian colleague said, yes, Russians will fill out all the empty place with their disinformation. We can see that now. And meaning we see the decrease of the status of a journalist, and we have to not to forget that. And I think the Lithuanian radio might only function, at least in the first days of the war, and many people will be able to listen to the news. So it's important for a journalist's voice to be heard, because it loses value. You can see that. Yeah, Mindaugas Kukaitis, chair of the Bar Association. What are your thoughts? What can we do? Something that has been mentioned. Well, no more pepper on our wound, please. But day X is X. As of today, what do we have to do? First of all, politicians have to understand that it's not them or us, meaning we have to stop all the reforms, education, health, taxation, etc. I don't think we should sort of look for enemies in our small country. Number two, media has to resume the trust in itself. That's important. So we're sure that in case of danger or emergency, people will be listening to our media, not American Voice, etc., or Russian propaganda. Number three, when our society, let's say, when they feel that there are no more reforms or experiments, but they matter, I think that's important. We as lawyers, then we'll have to make sure that international law is complied with. We'll have to defend the more vulnerable, and media have to have trust in itself and work pro bono. And we have to defend both journalists and those more vulnerable. Politicians should be less afraid of the fourth power. And when a free person has a freedom of speech, then I think he or she will know what to do, what actions to take. Yeah, so pro bono is okay. Thank you very much. And a round of applause to the members of our panel discussion. And my special thanks go to our guests from Ukraine, who came specially for all of us from Ukraine.
Ir dabar yra keltas minučių, jeigu yra dar paskutinės refleksijos, nes po jų
just a couple of minutes that we have at our disposal. Do you have any reflections? Maybe the person who started might be the last one, maybe the Minister of Justice. And I think you heard some ideas from the most competent persons. Silence means that everything has been said. Okay, thank you. And
Ministra, ar to tikėjosi, kai inicijavo šį renginį?
I will ask the minister, did you really hope or were looking for this kind of outcome? And what about the auditing, etc.? We talk, yes. My most sincere thanks go to all of you and to all the members of the panel, and the topics, I think, were most important. Of course, we have still many things to accomplish, meaning protection of journalists, and I really liked that thought that, yes, international law does exist, but the possibility to disseminate information, because if, let's say, in times of war, we won't have this avenue of hearing, listening to the information, then of course our enemy will make use of that. So thank you very much. Thanks to the moderator, and an excellent discussion, and wishing you the very best. Thank you. Traditionally,
mūsų šiek tiek mažiau negu buvo prieš pietus, bet žiūrėkite, tie, kurie mus žiūri naujienų portale Delfi, man atrodo labai
who watch us online in Delfi portal, I think they should know that all the sound was ensured by the team working here, technical team and interpreters. Thank you very much once again.
Kaip sakė mūsų kolegos Europos federacijoje, visi dalykai turėtų baigtis šiek tiek anksčiau negu numatyta, tai tada mes turėsime staupyti.
Well, everything, all the events should be concluded a bit earlier, not later. And that is the end of our event. Thank you very much for watching us, for having come. Recommendations will be